voting. Who would like to do the recap to earn themselves a bonus? Inspiration.
Should open my character sheet.
Is it a tiger today?
Yes, Adri, would you like that
No.
inspiration?
Expected. Then will it be a Miss Alexandria again?
Uh,
Did you ever use your inspiration?
I
no,
believe they gave it over to you to save.
I did.
Oh, do I have it to save?
You
They
used
give it to me.
No, like someone rolled bad and I thought it was funny, so I was like, hey, can I do that?
Yep, and I allowed it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did I do it? I don't
And then
think
they still failed.
I didn't do anything funny recently.
No, it was
Was it Samuel?
the Samuel.
Okay.
Yeah, last session, no one did the recap. I think I did it.
Ah.
I can't remember for sure.
I volunteer Booming.
She's not here. You can't volunteer someone that's not here.
I mean, you can. It's just fruitless.
Okay. I'll do it. I'll be a slut.
I believe I didn't ask for that, but go ahead.
The greatest thing, you didn't ask for it, but something you wanted.
So, Ruby met Navi. Or
yes.
Navi met Ruby. And they both became a plant for a little bit there. And then Ruby got bored. So they caused chaos.
Let's not forget the sinister lizard friend.
Shadow.
Yep.
Or... Yeah.
Also known as Kevin.
Yep. Good old Kevin.
Kevin, the sinister who lurks in shadows.
Tavian got edgy. I'm gonna just say edgy. Because fuck you. He got sad that all his friends are long dead.
I believe that's solemn. But it was.
Yeah. And Alexandra kind of tried to console him. She has no idea how well that went out. I have no idea how well that went down. I'm gonna put it about a 6 out of 10.
Sell yourself short, but don't get a big head.
6 out of 10.
Fair enough.
It's a lot of general heart-to-heart. Good old Mr. not Jeeves. Fucking Gibbs. After kind of just talking around, having a day to gather up his supplies, equipment, and a little bit more information, we decided to leave and head back down to the lower city to gather even more information and investigate a rather missing glory from our group. Coming to Jeeves's place, the oh so lovely, oh so stinky tavern.
Gibbs. Though that was after
Gibbs,
you
yes.
went to the florist and
Yeah,
had that encounter there and saw the child.
Yeah, Tavian saw the child. Alexandra learned later about the child. Got mad that the man is getting the probably getting the child into a life of crime, but isn't going to send the entire send guard to that place because bigger fish to fry right now, mainly. That's mainly the thing. And it's also Tavian being like, yeah, maybe. And she doesn't believe that, but she's going to try and let it slide. But that quickly got kind of pushed out of her head due to the next events. That seeing Glory hunched over a very beaten Gibbs in his tavern.
With the door stolen and a blood trail leading downstairs all the way to the upstairs.
Yes, to Glory's room that had the actual just fucking door yoinked. They took the door,
They did indeed.
among other important things, including the blueprint, more or less, to make this city controlling artifact.
The effective notes. She hadn't completed the design yet, but she
Mhm.
had some testing theories, and they've got that. And that's about
They're a
start.
lot closer than we would like them to be.
Correct.
And we also learned that after good old and Pale spotted some rather suspicious markings, aka drag marks from the door, we got out of there, basically telling Glory, Swimmer, to watch after these guys, get them to the upper city and tell them shit's fucked. Oh no. We found out that these, possibly slavers are possibly not slavers, and instead, planning to conduct a mass sacrifice to a dead god. The sea bitch. God. The
Who's
storm.
believed to be dead, from what information you do have.
Yes. And a rather mass sacrifice in their name, like, I don't know, drowning an entire city, may or may not be a way to revive such a deity. So, that's great. There was only a small amount of general panic and stress that caused. It's fine. But we brought everyone back quickly, back up to the Relgesserkar estate, and Jeeves, not Jeeves, yes, Jeeves, no Jeeves, Gibbs. Gibbs is getting medical attention. Glory is
Escorted to the secret place.
is brought to a location where she should be secure, and we did also gather up all of the other information she had.
Yep. What she had of her belongings that she had kept hidden, she didn't find everything for her.
Yeah. And they will be continued given assistance in a more secure location. And we ended off the session with good old, Navi being a bit sad. It's definitely the normal personality right there being shown. It's definitely not anything going on there. Tavian being Tavian. Samuel just wondering if he can get paid yet.
Miss
Pale
Alexandria.
leaving slightly early, and Miss Alexandra having to write 3 letters, one of which she does get very, very drunk as she writes, reluctantly, very reluctantly.
And one she has the the eagle eyes of the mother making sure she does it right, because
Mm-hmm.
that was very important.
Yeah.
And from that point on, it's another night that needs to pass. So enough days of rest for the group.
I'll go ahead and give myself inspiration. Just click that button.
Yep, you do have inspiration. Well done.
Yay. I feel used.
Thank you
Good,
for
you-
my enjoyment.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
And during that night, Samuel,
That is me.
you find yourself waking.
Okay.
But not quite as you remember yourself being. The air is foggy. Your vision seems foggy. You feel a sense of coldness brushing around you as you look around and find yourself what appears to be a ruin, if
Okay.
you find yourself here. Your vision seems a little dimmed. You have difficulty seeing far away from you.
From the smoke.
You're definitely not where you remember you to be.
Yeah, I'm not in Kansas anymore. Well, I'll look around
Welcome
real
to
quick.
Rio.
Give myself a good smack in the face.
You do not
Oh,
feel
still
any
here.
pain.
Oh. Interesting. Look up. Do I see stars or the moon or anything?
You see what appears to be a ruined structure, but also half like a cave, like fused together.
Okay.
Almost like you're underground. You
Is
look
there any
back.
light sources or is it dark?
It's dark. You look back. You see the entryway to this place has been collapsed and faded, leading only forward.
Alright. Step up.
Step forward, and more begins to reveal to you. You see more of the structure collapsed, broken, risen.
Mhm.
You see more of the strange, like film fog that's brushing through your eyes, going a bit more in strength. But you can see a way forward.
Yeah. Continue on.
A
Try to at least.
pathway begins to show as you struggle along, going up, down, climbing through the structures. Your body feels light. It feels easy to move, no sense of strain or struggle.
Am I naked?
Did you go to bed naked?
I would have been in like regular clothes.
Then you are in what you went to bed in.
Okay. Well,
You start to see something, a little bit of something.
to
You
my
almost like
to my feet. Is it like cold stone?
it
Is
feels
it
like
wet
cold.
stone?
It feels like cold stone.
Is it wet?
It's felt a little damp in some place.
Okay.
You continue forward, stepping up, and it looks like a pew. Old, it's not been touched for some time. Sitting there, seemingly undisturbed. Then look down. You can see it appears to be just a great depth. You can hear the trickling of water and a single piece of stone that's stretched out over the falling depth.
And you said this is a pew?
Exactly. Yes.
Alright. I'm gonna sit there first and just wait.
You sit there, getting yourself comfortable for the moment, gazing out into the darkness, gazing out into this slightly filmed scene, and slowly, light would begin to flicker, ripples, moving across the darkness of its water, to begin to spread along the surface. Give me a second.
Is there any like loose stones around? Oh, I see. Mama, I don't
Well-
want to take acid no more.
The light would slowly increase. As a reflection of a sky would appear, you would see the moon growing larger and larger, comforting, almost beckoning. The stars growing more vibrant around as the ripples increase. Illuminating the space, you're able to see it more cleanly. Almost just seems as if you're in some kind of church, but half of it is missing,
Okay.
broken off in front of you. And then everything suddenly bursts. The moon, the stars, your vision is blinded by light for but a moment. And then your vision shifts. First, you find yourself looking upon a scene. A scene of the kingdom of Amora, finding itself cast in the cyclone of water, being brought deeper, sinking deeper and deeper within the middle of it. And then the scene shifts. The sight of your homeland, a tidal wave sweeping over it, drowning all but the peaks, a flash of your mother, gazing up at the wall of water that descends, dread at first, then solemn accept as she closes her eyes as the water hits. A face seemingly made out of stone with water flowing around it. A sight of an altar with a glistening, pure, tear-shaped jewel floating above it, a pulse, a ripple flowing along the water underneath. A flash of symbols. Feline, teeth prolonged, mouth agape, two waves clashing together before growing still and silent. A centipede coiling around a pillar until it breaks. Then your vision clears, gazing back to the moon within the water, till the stars among this abyss in front of you. The moment has passed. Calmness has once again claimed your mind.
Two waves clashing together, a centipede around a pillar. What was the first one?
The first one was feline, head with teeth prolonged, mouth agape.
Okay. So this to me is an omen. Just looking around. Take a deep breath. Okay. Do I have a timeline on this? Just asking out into the ether.
There isn't any response, but the water's ripple is just calmly settled in. There doesn't seem to be any rush or any hurried motions from the water. It's calm, in a way that itself could be an answer.
I see. Hmm. Well, look back to the pew. Anything there?
You look back to the pew and it's still there, but it's at the moment you just see yourself laying there resting before it fades.
Like a visage of my body?
Just laid there comfortable resting. So you look a little older. A little bit.
Alright. And the water still shows moon, starlight, all that good stuff.
Yep. It shows all of the good stuff, and for the moment, the scene has passed.
Alright. So I'm gonna just fall back into the water.
You fall back into it, but you don't hit water as you thought you would. Instead, you go down. You see the water flowing around you as you go deeper and deeper.
Mm-hmm.
You start to see more that was hidden here. See what looks to be structures. Bits that had been hidden or pulled into the depth. Hints of the church's pillars, of statues, of symbols of different gods, bound into these walls that are black as pitch, wet, strange textures, and then you awake. Back where you were. Back in the waking world once more. As morning shines upon your face,
Been a while. Alright, well. Get up and do some prayers. Get ready for my day.
Oop, that's not the one I wanted. That actually works. So people start waking up. The chatter of Jenny starting to prepare breakfast and G's moving to knock on people's doors to awaken them brushes over everybody. It's a new wonderful day.
Hey, Navi, the rest of the people are finally up.
Navi just nods. She doesn't say anything.
I had the weirdest dream last night.
You fell into a void of ocean too?
What? No, that's a chipmunk riding a piano.
I bet it was off key.
It was.
I would like to say that Tavian actually, like, straight up spits water out of his mouth when you say that. Just... Okay, that was clever. Alright, that one was clever.
Thank you.
1 second.
Took me a moment to find out the actual song for your home for a moment there.
It want water?
You dreamed about the water, were you? Down the depth a bit too long? The mother will speak up.
I think he's probably gone a little crazy.
I don't think so. It's just a dream. I'm sure Samuel's just. We all have different dreams.
I know, but also I'm gonna tease him.
Well, you had a dream about was it a chipmunk, a squirrel?
Chipmunk riding a piano.
Yeah, I think that's a bit more strange than falling into the water.
Yes, and?
Okay.
It's called being a hypocrite, Mom. I thought you would know what that is.
I do, but I don't want my daughter to be one. Well,
okay.
that is happening. Nope, I don't want to move the map. That's not what I wanted to do. Ruby will rush in, pick up a plate of pancakes and attempt to effectively steal the entire thing for themselves.
Alexandra's gonna try and grab 2 pancakes before they run off.
Make a quick dexterity. Actually, let's just make it an athletics check. You're attempting to grapple the pancakes effectively.
grab both the pancakes. That's a 12.
You are able to grab one of them before the little minx and terror that is Ruby grabs the entire plate. Tavian,
Every
your
single fucking
watch
one.
tooth. You miss every single one, you just got a tiny bit of syrup on your fingers.
Here, you can have mine.
No, it's fine. Honestly, I don't need to eat anyways. I'm just doing it to enjoy it. The rest of you
Yes,
actually
Sam.
need to eat it.
There's a lot more healthy things on the table than these pancakes. Take it.
Alright. I straight up roll the pancake up and then just eat the pancake whole.
Ruby will have effectively attempted to shove one of the syrup-covered pancakes into Navi's hand before rushing off as well.
Still
Uh,
tripping.
Yeah, no, Navi doesn't even acknowledge Ruby, as she's just kind of wandering the edges of the room, silently.
Stalking almost.
You could say that.
Impale for the moment.
Not
is-
really paying attention to those in the room.
Are we back on the house map, or are we still looking at the dreamscape?
We're still looking
Oh.
at the dreamscape.
Okay, I was
Yeah.
just wondering if my
Yeah,
roll
I'm
20
still
needs to
asking him,
reload.
but I don't hear you.
Yep, apologies, I have not moved you back. There you
Yeah,
go.
you're good.
I had Ruby run in and everything, and I completely forgot to move you back.
You're good. You're good.
You're fine. But just,
So,
Gibbs would be resting, but they would have woken up to have a little bit to eat.
mm,
But Glory doesn't show up likely head deep work at them.
Alright, so. What the fuck are we supposed to do about this investigation?
well, I got a letter to deliver with Mother's approval.
Where to?
You met him. Gold scales.
Fuck. I'm not gonna be able to.
Lovely
I'm
personality.
not going to be able to be applied to that man.
You really have to.
I really don't, though.
He's kind of important.
Importance doesn't earn respect.
Like, really good at his job. Which I hate to admit that. Trust me. But he is. And he does need to know. And it's the best way to get past his personal extreme amount of red tape and bureaucracy. He likes to just kind of wrap around himself like a safety blanket.
Alright, well, I'm gonna leave the talking shit to all of you because I don't have any connections or reasons or any number of anything about the current time. You need something figured out or something dead, let me know.
It's fair. Trust me, I don't want to talk to him either. Okay. Then after that, I suspect our next best move would be deeper investigation where we found the bodies.
That does seem like a good idea.
So
I
then
haven't really brought it attention to the guards yet, as I'm not sure if it would be a good move. We need to find out what exactly is going on.
Yeah.
Especially if people are missing and they are able to command people that way. The common guard aren't going to be able to resist that kind of magic, I don't think.
Worst case scenario, they managed to nab some members of the guard that have a little bit more sway and, well, cause problems. And I'm not talking like, oh, powerful members. I'm talking,
politically
Good old
important.
Steve. Just, friendly people.
Well, saying that, it does make me realize something, as she'll go over the notes that Ivonus basically gave. It's something I just brushed over, but it does say clearly that the guards had dropped this case. They didn't intend to go any further on the missing people.
That's... How long has it been open? Does it say?
I don't exactly have a timeline for this.
Hmm. If it was open for a few months, then I would imagine, fair enough. But if it's just a day, maybe 2, a week at most, then that'll be certainly suspicious.
Bit worrying indeed.
Great, now I actually have to say words to him and ask him questions. God damn it.
Well, if you don't want to talk, I'm sure your friends will be willing to as well.
Which ones?
Alexandra just gives her a look of, are you sure about that?
Yeah, just which ones?
I'm mostly meaning she motions over to Samuel. They seem to be the most wise with words.
Diplomatic.
That guy's a dick.
Yeah, say.
Maybe not. Damn.
Do I have to play nice?
Oh, I can be diplomatic. I'm just stating the obvious. He's a dick.
Yeah, no. Might be good at his job, but that doesn't mean he's any less of an ass.
Well, he does save lives.
Does he?
He does. His work is important.
A non-domesticated wolf may save a child, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna go fucking pet it.
Fair.
Yep, that's accurate. Now, do you need directions? I don't think you've ever to his home.
It's more of a mildly rabid rabbit.
Actually, I don't think anyone in this household has been to his home before. I think about. I don't know when the last person anyone visited that estate.
I think that makes a large statement without saying much.
It really does. I never really.
I do know he doesn't really socialize. Like our family is the one he interacts with at all. That's mainly due to your father.
Yeah.
Oh,
he definitely doesn't want anything else with our family.
Well, this might surprise you, but he does get along with your father.
I know.
That's probably mostly since they went to war together.
Yeah.
But yes, that is something that needs to be done. The sooner the better.
Yeah.
Have you completed those letters, by the way?
With the help of... Yes, I have.
Let me just take a look over them, make sure everything's alright, and I'll have them sent off.
I tried to be as diplomatic as I can.
She'll take a moment quickly scanning over them. These look passable. I don't believe there'll be any issues with these.
These pass.
Are you okay, Navi, over there?
Yeah. You okay? You've just been kind of pacing.
Navi does not respond verbally. She just kind of looks at you, nods, and then keeps doing what she was doing.
Do you have anything to add? Thoughts, concerns, worries? Your input is valued.
Right. It may not be that their input isn't being validated by them or us. They may just not want to speak or are currently incapable of speaking.
It's. I recognize that, but it still doesn't hurt to ask, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you need anything, just let us know, okay?
She barely nods and just continuing on what she was doing.
Well,
Hmm.
As the group is going around, just thinking of what they're going to have to do later on the day, there's a bang from the door as Glory steps on out, looking a little haggard, bloodshot eyes from probably a night of just not resting. Ah, I see everyone is well, mostly everybody is here. That's perfect.
Uh, Navi pauses in what she was doing, immediately turns to the disturbance, realizes it's Glory, and then continues on what she was doing.
So I've gone over what I effectively had for my last bits of note. Effectively have figured out the item. Though the exact locations of where I thought they would be has unfortunately lost. I've just got the general idea from what I remember. She'll move to set the paper down on the table.
well, a general idea is better than no idea.
Exactly. So here we have it. I wasn't sure if anyone would be here. I planned to give it to your mother if everyone was out early.
We're just making some final plans. Making sure everyone's on the same page, kind of deal.
I'm not sure if it popped up for everyone, but I shall now speak as if Glory is leaving this message for everyone. Hello, everybody! I made this little list of items I need to make the temporary replacement for the artifact. You should be able to find these items in the depth, hopefully, but if you're lucky to find them elsewhere, that would be great as well. I'll make the list down below. An obsidian-like stone with a moist, slimy texture that sparks with heat in the open air. I will have a container provided. Need to be about a head's worth of material. An item with a historical tie to the item before the Clash of the Gods, something strong enough that the people remember it. No, Tavian, you do not count. A piece of the Forgotten Sea Bitch's followers. This one I can explain in more detail if you'd like. The knowledge is not widely known. A sea crystal that glow mirrors that of the moon. This is one of the rare ones that you might be able to find on the surface. A flower that grows in the dark, the light with the light of the sun. You're able to find this one, be careful. Produces enough heat to burn. We'll need it to be retrieved alive and undamaged as possible, though a little damage should be fine. Likely had some creatures protected. And Glory will stumble while she's passing the note over as she's pushed to the side gently. Oh, sorry there. Now, everyone sees the list. Has anyone got any questions or anything? I can try to explain as best I can.
What do you mean by a piece of one of the Forgotten Sea Bitches fought? Like, you need like an ear, head, finger?
The heart would be best. I'm basically looking for one of the beings she's revived. It's quite a. It's not maybe like a teeth if it's like an undead shark. I've heard tales that she revives the sea life and her followers and makes them one of her own to spread terror, but I'm not sure if that's entirely true. But if something like that can be found, something that's either tied to what they would cause harm with or what would be the source of their life would be Effectively what I need.
So, some undead, not just a random person that happens to be a worshipper.
Yeah, that unfortunately would not work. It needs to be a bit more than that.
Understood, and slightly less macabre.
I'm not just asking you to go kill somebody. If that's what you were worrying about.
Yeah, I know some wizarding types, and they can be weird. You know, necromancers and such.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Necromancers, huh?
Well, I know. I don't tend to make friends with necromancers.
Neither do I.
Anyways, so
Made it weird.
yeah. So this doesn't really change much of the plan, just we actually have a shopping list now. Huh. That's good.
Hopefully it helps someone.
Well, this actually helps a lot. Gives us more of a goal than asking everyone we know, help, please. We don't know what we're doing. Now, we actually kinda know what we're doing. Kinda.
It gives some direction. I'll see if I can find out more. I'll continue to work on the actual design of what I need as well. This is just a general idea for the moment.
Absolutely. Anything we can provide to aid in your research, it will be freely provided.
That'd be lovely, thank you. Though, I don't think there's anything more for me to add unless anyone has any questions. As I said, I'll try to answer as best I can.
I think I'm good.
No, just get rest, eat food.
She just looks over the nearest plate that's barely being touched and picks it up. I'll just nibble on this and go back to work for a little bit.
Right.
Jeez, make sure they get some rest, okay?
I will, ma'am. And he'll start following her out. She's already mumbling under her breath plans and actions that she needs to take part in.
Oh god, Ruby's gonna do something. Yeah. That's Jesus' problem.
I look over at Jeeves and mouth, I'm sorry.
And welcome.
Hi, Moomin.
Hello.
Hello, Mommy.
You, realistically, the only thing you missed was a brief nightmare for a particular holy man. Us
I would
fighting
call
over
that a nightmare.
premonition.
Vision.
Premonition. Had a brief fight for pancakes in which I was not able to grab one, but Alexandra was so kind to give me one pancake. Just a smidgen of
Well.
one pancake.
I only got the one.
I know. It was new fucking that little kid was quick.
Yep.
The conversation of a list of needed items that we need to get for our MacGuffin to be created. And the list of items is on an actual list you can read.
Yep.
Which is really nice. Thank you, Gary.
You're quite welcome. So, in Pale, you would find yourself. Are you actually here, Moon? Because I can't hear you.
I'm just being quiet and listening to people very carefully.
Okay, so in Pale, you would find yourself waking up in your own private room, slightly a bit later than everybody else. You feel well rested after the day that you just had. and find a bit more of the comfortable, relaxing air of this manor setting in. Would you go dressed as Impale, or
I mean, I can't let them see the background crew. I must let the star immense and walk amongst the people once more.
in that case, as you step out, as Impale, you would see Glory being led off by Jeeves, who would kindly inform you that everyone is in the dining room just upstairs. And from there, you would be able to move and join the rest of the group over here.
I like how in the notes it says Notavian, you don't count. And I'm just over here, yeah, I know, because nobody remembers me.
So, in Pale, you step in, you see a piece of parchment on the floor. Breakfast is being had, quite a bit has already been nibbled. There is signs of syrup, but there is a lacking plate of pancakes.
Again, as somebody enters the room, Navi pauses, turns to the door, at attention, then seeing that it is a friendly, relaxes and goes back to what she was doing.
Beautiful, marvelous for all the breakfast's all about. I can smell the glorious taste of it.
Ah, welcome, Sir
You-
Pale. Please sit down and enjoy some food as well.
Hey, and Pale, do you want to meet one of the most powerful winged wizards in the kingdom? Or casters in the kingdom?
Why, of course. Why would I not be able to take advantage of a situation where I can meet another star? Only they are far greater than I.
I visibly cringe because I don't have my mask on, and just Impale, he's a dick.
Impale, you get pushed out of the way.
Oh, Impale gets pushed out the way?
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
because Navi
because of Navi.
Just blinks. What the
followed their path.
I meant to do that.
fuck? Fair enough. Just,
Anyways,
right.
could you do me a favor? Impale the marvelous.
How may I be of service to you as they take a bow with the new 2 daggers, Tavion, in full
Tavion.
display. Or Tavion.
You're fine. Yeah,
But basically, like, the daggers are in full display.
Could you hand a letter to said individual?
Say no more. Say very less. I can do it all.
Thank you.
To their
As
very best.
Alexandra holds up a letter. It's sealed.
Sophie would speak up there. There's a good chance he will not be let in though, so it
I'm
might
gonna
just...
go with them.
And that works. I just wanted to make sure you remember the reason you would needed to go there.
Oh yes, I do. I just want to see the looks at Impale. The magic.
Oh, is it that they are afraid of, and look side to side as if they're hiding a secret, of clowns? Of things that are too marvelous? Maybe of things that are a bit too whimsical? I'm asking Sophie basically why they would not want to see the marvelous and pale.
I don't exactly know what they would respond to you, Sir Impale. I can't fathom how they'll respond, but it will definitely be a response.
Then are you saying they are someone that does not take front kindly to the most glorious of entrances, or more of the subtle approach?
I don't know what their personal life is like, so I can't say.
Impale, from what I gather from watching the one instance, they were very, very direct to the point, and also very curt and dismissive of anyone who doesn't seem to be of noble blood.
Then I have a way around things. Off I go as they start running off in a direction.
You're going the wrong way.
Runs the other direction.
And we're not heading out this
Still the wrong
exact
way.
moment. please sit down, enjoy some food, and I believe you need to inform Sir Impale of the list.
All right.
Hmm.
I just hand her a copy because I wrote this shit down because I have stuff to do that. Which
I will
go ahead.
open it up for the group so she can find it without searching through all of the documentation.
That's fine.
Fair.
There it is. There we go. There you go, Impale. The list.
Just since I'm done with eating, I'm gonna take a step out and work on my equipment. Before we head out anywhere, okay? Anywhere in particular that would be okay if I pulled out a little oil without ruining something? The-
Just
A few places, honestly.
Just
I
if you
would
do spill anything, just let Jeeves know, otherwise it should be fine.
Alright.
honestly, best place I can think of it is the armory. It's where I do most of my maintenance.
Alright, then I'll go that way. I know where it is. And he's gonna go do that. James actually has to go pick a thing up outside.
Okay, so
So I'll
Well-
be a second.
that sounds good.
Yeah.
And this gives Impale a moment to read the list and respond to it.
Not an impossible task. One is seen as an impossible dream that we must move forward to. We must be the brave that has the others do not go further. We must be the one who can reach the impossible star. I think the one that I'd like to do first, that would be rather easiest to do, is, well, finding that obsidian-like stone. I also do like flowers.
Well, the general plan was to deliver the letter to Magus. And then after that would be investigating the bodies a little bit more that we found and maybe get a lead from there. It seems as though all these items will have to come from the depths. One way or another.
Fair enough indeed. Then, well, I will just follow your lead and then I will take my step onto the stage when it's appropriate.
Well, it's just you believe better solution, please. Sheriff, you think we could find any of these just in a store somewheres? It would make my life a lot easier.
Fair enough. Then we shall begin the hunt. I won't run off now this time because I feel like I don't know the directions perfectly, so we shall wait till we have to go to Magus. Starts doing a cartwheel over to the food.
Looking at Sophia.
What is it?
His house is on the other side of the temple, right?
It is. It's a bit of. It's also connected to a few other structures, so it's not one of the largest structures, but like rather close to the academy that your brother attends to, makes it easier for them to get there and back, since
Yeah.
his family did effectively found the academy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good school. And
You hated it, dear, I know.
well, I mean, it was just so boring.
You're much more of a
Plus,
hands-on person. I know.
It's a lot of bullies in there.
I can't deny that there's a lot. It happens with a lot of children around. There's gonna be people that.
Especially nobles.
true, but there's not just nobles in the academy, remember?
I know, but the nobles would bully the, you know, she air quotes, lesser students.
We also have people from different countries that wish to have studies in the academy as well, which can be difficult. Different cultures, views.
Oh, there's all sorts of culture clashes. I'd mostly stay out of those.
Like I do go over there to substitute as a teacher now and again, so I do understand.
Yeah. So
It
you
probably didn't
do
help.
understand why I did get in trouble as much as I did.
I do. I also know that having a parent as a teacher likely didn't help your case.
I mean, they did probably treat me a little harsher. But also, I did punch a lot of people in the face.
Yeah, you were very aggressive yourself. There's a reason you and Ruby are very, very similar.
I disagree.
You might, dear, but I've known you since you were very, very small hatchling.
I would hope so. You're my mom.
But once breakfast
Am I
is ready,
adopted?
no, you're not.
Okay.
That you
Are
know of.
you adopted?
I guess you could say that.
My god. Okay, let's get going. Or should we wait for Tavian?
I'm not sure how long Tavian is going to be, but the group can start heading out there and catch him up on anything he's missed. In Pale, on the table you'll see hash brown. You will see actual meat, which is a very, very rare sight in this kingdom from what you've found so far. And quite a bit of veggies as well, which is a bit more rare, but more easier to find than actual meat.
They switch to a mask that has a hole in it as they begin to devour the food rapidly.
It is delicious, scrumptious, and you feel content after a long while of just eating fish.
Marvelous, beautiful, fantastic. A meal fit for a king or queen, mind you.
I'm glad you like it, dear, Jenny says over to the side. Anything you'd like in particular next time if you're coming around for dinner? Actually, will you people be back for dinner?
Well, I hope so. If not, then we're probably stuck somewheres.
Well, I'll try to make your favorites. If not, we can wrap it in a bag for later. Like, I would call it a doggy bag, but Ruby gets a little upset when I call it that.
Well, it's because why aren't you giving it to the dogs?
Yes, I remember the time she stole them, thinking they were for the dogs. That was a situation.
It's the doggy bag. It's for dogs. Why aren't you giving it to the dogs?
I remember you also did that. Are you sure you're just not an older version of Ruby?
Well, if she grows up to be like me, then she'll be awesome.
We'll have to wait and see. She is a little bit more crafty than you, though. I'll say that.
I'm not sure if that should be a compliment or an insult.
It's a bit of both. To both
Oh.
of you. Jay just laughs. And she is definitely a servant, but she's not afraid to say anything to you lot.
It's fair. Jeeves and Jenny are probably just part of the family at this point.
Well, Jeeves is very professional. Jenny is like the grown-up nanny slash aunt of the family.
Well, I guess I should have mentioned them then.
No, I hear you going over to the golden one, right? The flashy guy.
Yeah. Should have mentioned Okay. I respect your privacy. Let's get going, guys.
What the hell is Impale doing?
One, I was fighting a spider, but two, I was setting up the dagger.
I just read that for a moment. I was thinking, are you stabbing the table trying to catch a spider?
No, my partner was screaming about a spider, and I was going like, okay, I'll go kill it for you, honey.
Okay, that's what you meant. But yes, the group would be able to head out. Now, it's on the upper layers you'll have to go, so you don't need to go all the way down to the boats this time. Though you will have to take a bit of a side path. You'll see a bit. You see a bit more of the city as the group travels on. You see the academy that's tied into a bit of a tower, connected to several different structures with hodgepodge stone passageways connected together. It's a bit of a maze sometimes, and you remember yourself getting lost there quite a few times in your younger days.
I found the Hydra in the basement. It's fine.
The Hydra statue, need to clarify, not the actual Hydra. No doubt scaring quite a few children that weren't aware of the statue when they snuck out at night.
Alexandra would try to punch it. If she just saw the shadow of it.
You might have cracked it and ended up being scolded by your mum back there, reminiscing for a bit. Before the group carries on, seeing more of the buildings, a lot of the manors and homes here set up for people to study, or people that have some attachment or either work or tied to the academy. And then you find yourself at the structure of the Manga's home. You see a bit of a dilapidated tower. Our home, it's about 3 foot, 3 floor up with a tall standing rooftop. You see growing vines and different bits of flourishing wildlife just growing under the structure unattended. Going a bit wild. The glass that goes around is a bit dirty, dimming the inside. Going around with a fence blocking people out from going to the back gardens.
I would have thought he would actually have this place well maintained, knowing him. It's all about presentation.
There's a pathway leading around the edge, if you would like to keep exploring the outer edge for a bit.
Oh, it's like, okay, yeah. I thought that was the main gate.
I'll just reveal some more for the crew. I actually want to give people a chance to see and feel yourself to put yourself around the edge that's shown. People to put yourself down.
Where's the main entrance? Is it this?
That would be the main end, yes.
Okay.
Does anyone peek into the garden at the back before going to the front entrance?
I'm gonna roll a wisdom check to see. Curiosity gets the better of them. It does not this time.
Did we split the party?
Nope.
No,
Everyone's hit.
we just kind of dragged you unconscious along with us.
That's fine. That's perfectly fine. Sorry. Can I do a quick little WTF thing for DoorDash real quick?
Sure.
Right. So I ordered DoorDash because I don't feel like cooking because it's late at night and we're in the middle of the game. I ordered it at about I think maybe 6:30. It just got here,
Bruh.
and I ordered a bacon cheeseburger. I'm not going to go into the details. There's a lot more on it. With garlic fries. They handed me a milkshake and a large pepperoni pizza.
What?
I don't know how
Well-
that applies and how that works.
It
I
doesn't.
mean,
It was from Red
now
Robin's,
you've got a milkshake and a pepperoni pizza.
but it's but
Yeah,
it's not what I
you got
ordered.
pizza,
so
man.
Yeah, but it's somebody.
Listen,
It's somebody
Maybe it's a
else's
blessing in
order.
disguise.
It
Maybe
is
that
so-
burger would have given you food poisoning. Okay.
Well, it's too late. I've already reordered it. For free, mind you. So this is a free large pizza. I'm not complaining about free pizza. I'm just like, man, I ordered a burger and got pizza. What is this, the Krusty Krab?
Where's my diet, Dr. Kelp?
They gave me a large milkshake that was already melted and foamy.
Ooh.
I didn't drink it. I'm smarter than that. Not much smarter than that, but smarter than that.
So the guy is either A, having a real rough night, or B, really isn't good at his job.
No, here's the fun part. The pizza was also for A. James.
Oh, so it's just a mixed order.
So basically, the James got your food and you got his food.
The funny thing is, the order for James that I got wasn't a DoorDash order. That dude just straight up yoinked somebody's food there.
It's
Cool.
just like a
Amazing.
oh.
So that means that they're having to re-prepare my food and their food, but they're actually there in the Red Robin's probably pissed off that their food just got sent to some chuckle fuck 20 minutes away.
Mans came into the restaurant, pickup order for James, and then fucking later on, the
Didn't read the
actual
ticket.
James walked in, is like, "Where's my food?" And they're like, "Wait, what? What do you mean?"
They probably gave him the DoorDash order.
Yeah.
They wouldn't give him the DoorDash order. He wouldn't leave with it because it's going to be in a bag, and the pizza's in
They
a
would-
box.
Yeah, no, like
Mm.
after at Red Robin lift up the bag,
You want
he'll be
some of
very
it?
confused.
It's pretty
Mhm.
damn good, actually.
So
Sorry.
back
Anyway,
to what's
Blessing in
happened.
disguise.
Sorry.
The group is headed on. You've caught the sight of the General Academy of Learning and the Magical Art, and find yourself on the pathway that connects all the other manors and homes that are tied to the academy.
I'm
Heading
sorry.
off.
An academy?
Yes, there's an Academy of Learning.
I'm looking through my gold pieces right now. Give me a second. Book. Need book. I don't have enough money for book. Fuck. Damn. Alright, sorry. Continue.
Yep. So you ended up at the manor, and you see that the structure is a bit dilapidated. There's foliage of wild greens, mushrooms growing over the walls of this free floor with a bit on the extra on the top for an attic building, more of a tower than a manor, but it functions the same. There's a garden in the back. Would you peek at the back? As Tavian.
Tavian's
welcome back.
curious.
Okay.
And I don't see why not. Just take a quick look in. It's not like I'm walking into something to be rude.
I'll reveal
Withholding
the,
activate.
the
I have a
garden.
question.
Okay.
How does one do non-lethal piercing damage?
Have you ever heard of
very carefully.
Have you ever heard of acupuncture?
Carefully, accurately.
Okay,
So
my bad.
you were looking to the back and see what appears to be a small area for someone to sit in the back and just look over the garden. There's multiple bottles of empty alcoholic beverages just surrounding that area. Back here, next to the chair, empty and untouched, you see a fountain that has no water in it, dry as a bone, and a statue of a dragon sitting in the back with leaves resting around it.
Nice. Yeah, if I didn't think it belonged to the person we're going to talk to, I'd probably go chill there.
With the empty alcohol bottles. You know what? It's a standard, like, park. It's fine.
Yep. But then you move to the entrance of this manor, and there's a confusing sight when you actually look at the entrance. For one, there's no door. It's just open, giving you a bit of an insight to the first bit of the building. You see a piano sat there, you see towering stone figures on the sign. There's portraits lining the walls, but there's thick, heavy fabric covering each and every one of them, blocking them from sight.
They're all dead. Alexandra's just gonna kind of step up and not enter, but knock and just call out, "Hello."
Do you knock the sides of the wall? Or do you try to reach in and knock the inside?
Like, where is the door just missing?
There's no door.
Does it look like there was a door?
Nope.
Just the outside wall, I guess.
You knock on the door and there's a moment of silence before there's a small bang and a shuffle. As a small kobold rushes in, wagging butt and tail, in a maid outfit as they shuffle along. Not looking like they would ever do a good job, but they have a brushing hand as the little kobold calls out, "Hello, hello, hello. Um, hello?
Hello.
Hi. Hi."
Hi.
That peeks outside for a moment. Who and what are you? Not what are you? Why are you here?
We're here to see. Does he have a title? Yeah.
Mangus is his title.
We're here
It's
to see
like the Royal
Magnus?
Inquisitor. It's basically similar. Okay. I could let them know. Who are you and
Tell him Alexandra has swung by.
okay? And she gives a little salute and ends up dropping her broom and just gives a panic squeak as she picks it up. Right, I'll let them know. Miss Alexandria is here. Yes. We will do just that. And then, with a small smile, they will wiggle. And yes, that image is accurate to what this kobold looks like right now. That you just linked to me. As they'll rush off, wiggling all the way and tripping on themselves as they head to the structure just over here and through that door. Now, as they go away, any sound from within seems to vanish and you're no longer able to hear it, despite how close they seem to be. Then, a few moments
There you
later...
go. Only two not lewd ones.
Then a few moments later, their head peeks out. You're allowed in. Just give me a moment, otherwise things might, you might get hurt. Let's see if I can remember how to do this. Step back, away from the entrance, please.
Okay.
Okay, let's see if I can remember how to do this. She'll go and sit on the piano. Look over the keys for a moment before you can hear the sound of piano music playing. Let me see if she can make it. Okay. She plays some music on the piano, and before your eyes, a flicker of a ripple in the open archway begins to fade. Okay, it should be safe for you to come on in now.
What would have happened if I didn't?
I don't think it would be very nice.
He should hang up a sign.
Maybe. The sir doesn't like visitors.
Well, just kind of looking around.
You look
Is it-
around. The inside is a bit dusty. But it looks like someone has made an attempt to tidy it up.
It's probably this kobold.
The
Is it just you and the Magnus?
Oh yes, it's just me and the sir. And saying that, this is a 3-story building with just 2 people within it.
Mm-hmm.
I can guide the way. Oh, should I introduce myself? I'm sorry, I'm not used to visitors. I'm Marklin.
Hello, Malklin. It's a pleasure to meet you. She'll stretch out a hand.
And the little kobold will stretch out their own hand and grasp yours and wave it up and down very enthusiastically. A lot of energy, almost like Ruby, but a bit more calm. Are those other people behind you your guards, or
Friends, guests, associates.
are they coming in, or are they staying outside?
Well, it's up to them, but I hope they do come inside.
Just a polite nod as I keep my mask on. I don't want to fucking show my face to this fucker.
Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty.
I'm not a majesty.
Talking to her. Her Majesty.
I'm not.
Never mind.
Oh, there's more of you out there. There's someone that's colourful, and there's a plant person. Are they
Yeah.
following you, or are they friends? If they're
They're-
following you, I can make them go away.
They're friends.
Okay then. Then please follow me. The sir has been very busy, but you're welcome. Please follow me as I'll just step into the area. And reveals the study. And you will step in, and you do not see the Magnus. For what you see is a table full of paperwork that's towering high. It's scattered around them. It's in front of them. There's books littered everywhere. And there's also bottles and bottles and more bottles laid around, a bit of a scattered mess. As you step inside, there's a click, a snap of fingers, and things shuffle a bit to be a bit more organized, but it's not a lot. As the face of Ionis is revealed. You see them in a state you've never seen before. They're drained, fatigued. Their eyes look a little bloodshot, as if they haven't been getting any rest. They're not in the usual gold armor of the household, but just a simple tunic, as they slump against the table and just look over the group for a good moment. No, I wasn't expecting any visitors, but what is it you need? Especially wasn't expecting you, Miss Alexandria, to come here.
Does he look drunk?
Roll an insight.
I'm
Yeah.
getting vibes. Fucking 11.
17.
You haven't interacted with the man enough to understand, but Miss Alexandria, you can see the signs of a person that's not in a good state. They don't seem to be drunk at the moment, but they've had drinks, and it doesn't
Mhm.
look like they've been sleeping either.
You feeling good?
You feeling not good?
She's just gonna kind of step around the table to let people enter the room and not stand on top of the bookshelf.
There's no
Impale.
there's no seats in here. Would you prefer to move somewhere more comfortable? Is it going to be a long conversation or a short one? As he asks, his fingers are moving over the paperwork, signing, stamping things, looking over something, and tisking as he tears it up and throws it to the side.
Relatively short run, but
Okay, let's clarify. Is it something of great importance or something that you can slap on top of these documents it can be over with?
mass sacrifice of the entire city, drowning and pulling it beneath the waves.
That's a bit more important. Okay. Give me a moment as he just rubs his brow before pulling out some glasses, setting them on his nose and standing up. Okay, let's move upstairs. Morklin, guide the way and try to make some tea if you can. As the man, with a stance that's not his usual pose, would start guiding the way.
Alexandra's just gonna give Tavian just kind of a look
Mm-hmm.
of, I was not expecting this.
Yeah.
They seem to keep ignoring me as I juggle things in front of them. They seem rather depressed.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't gonna outright say it, but the man is standing right there.
God damn it.
Yep, he doesn't respond to it, and he is just glancing at the juggler for a moment before just shaking his head and guiding the way to the stairs.
Fucking going upstairs, I guess.
We go into the bedroom.
I kind of feel bad now for being a massive dick to him.
I don't.
I might. I haven't decided yet.
Treat
Okay.
all with kindness, unless they're a heckler.
Well,
They're
as
usually
long
just they're usually a heckler.
So I don't treat you with kindness? Is that what you're telling me?
there's a long story behind why I don't. Anyways,
Well, good.
Okay. So Morkling would move to the side where you can see the platters of food that are still steaming, and like moving to the side, which is likely the kitchen area, as you can hear the slight clamor, and there's a few sounds of smashing as if they've dropped a few plate and cup, but Ionas doesn't even register that and just keep guiding the way upstairs. As you're going, you see more and more portraits, some that are covered up, some that looks like they've got claw marks through the fabric to the paintings, but relatively ignored. As I continue guiding the way.
Yeah.
I can't believe
Indiana.
I'm the first one to ask this, but are you okay?
I can do my job.
That's not. Alright.
He guides the way into what is likely the main family food area. The paintings are here also covered up. Some look like they've been scorched, but the fabric has been redone and tied. As he sits down, looks over to the rest. Everyone's welcome to sit, and who's the one that keeps juggling?
That's Impale. They're, when you can kind of just look at them and tell for yourself. Also, they tend to be more talkative.
I am staying silent for that noise seems to bother them currently. So, silent juggling.
Okay, well, that works. And are you currently juggling knives?
No, as they left the room, I was juggling their office supplies.
Ah, okay. I didn't hear you say you were juggling their office supplies as a reason.
It's,
It's written.
It's on the.
Oh, okay. I
on the-
missed
yeah.
that.
Just
Well, I can see you like to juggle. Do you like throwing those knives you've got on you?
When I need to, I could do many things with the knives. For one, I'm actually a pretty decent cook. when I
Well,
throw them at tomatoes.
if you're bored, he just motions over to the covered portraits. Feel free to use any of those target practice.
I immediately throw a dagger at it.
Roll the hit.
Anytime someone points to a target, I must throw it.
You hit, it tears through the protective coverings over it. There's the sound of the canvas behind it tearing as the dagger slides in. There's a small quirk on their snouts. A hint of a grin, but it's a very somber and dark one before they turn back to the group. Well done. Feel free to practice as much as you want. Now, you said about sacrifices or something of this manner. Is this tied to what I was asking you to investigate?
Yes, and some other discoveries we've made, but I think I should apologize.
For what?
Your public persona isn't this.
Well, I am the last member of the Manga's household, and that is a position that many people crave, especially. He just motioned in the direction of the academy.
Yeah.
Power is very, very much needed. We are feared or you have nothing.
Well, if you prove you have that power, people will give you the respect that you earn.
True.
But can
By the way,
understand with the academy there.
Yep. Do you actually know how old I am? I'm
No.
curious.
I don't. Honestly, I thought you were age.
I'm actually the same age as you.
Really?
Yep.
Oh,
So you probably don't fully comprehend what that means.
that you're a very young man.
Indeed, but it's a simple matter. Remember my accomplishment. What I've done to keep the position.
Huh.
I think it would be best if we talked about the topic on hand.
That's true. That's more pressing than the past. Let's focus on the present. What exactly have you found? Like, I remember sending you out to check on potential signs of cult activity that I was able to get glimpses of, but not enough to lock down anything.
Well, do you know of the dead god, formerly known as the Sea Bitch? Was
Bitch
it
Queen.
Bitch Queen?
Yes, that has come up in some of my research. They, at least from what we have documented, died within this very city.
Oh, that's ironic.
Well, it seems as though there are some remnants of her worshippers that are trying to conduct some sort of mass sacrifice to bring her back. And they have the means to, well, not the means to, but the knowledge, to an extent, how to build a device that will allow them to control the Undercity, the city beneath the waves.
That sounds damning on very, very many levels. How would they even? I believed your father had put an end to them, but it seems with all the times there's going to be some that remain. How did they come up with enough power to accomplish that? What have you found?
She's going to kind of put down the letter and slide it over to him on the table.
Which letter?
The one written to him.
Okay, let me just quickly glance over that again so I can remember what's on there.
As he's reading over it, she'll just say, I wrote it before I saw this, kind of gesturing around.
Well, I don't really care if it's either way, as he just focuses the glasses and his eyes glinting with some focus. Like, they're bloodshot and strained, but they're always focused.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. This is definitely a very pressing matter. Have you brought this to the king yet?
Me and Mother did write a letter to the king, yes, and as well to my father.
It may be some time before your father gets it. He's currently fighting on the front to keep the North from having any interest in continuing our former wars. Though I'm not sure if you were aware on that or not.
He tends to keep his work separate from his home life.
Considering the last bit of news I got from your father, it may be anywhere from a month longer before they're able to return. That's if your letter is able to reach them.
Wow.
But this is definitely pressing news. I will get my contacts to begin scouring the city for what they can, and pressing the king to bring this to his front of his attention. But this brings me back to the question, what kind of artifact are they after, and how did they get hold of the information for this?
An individual that we discovered that was previously independently working on this, fearing your public persona, working in secrecy as such, was developing this and had grand aspirations to later, inform the king and say, hey, I have a way to bring back the Empire of old and undrown the city.
Okay, and I'm guessing the enemies ended up getting some of their research, if that's true. Or did they kill them and then steal what they had?
She's still alive, thankfully, and she's currently in a secure location.
What's her name and species?
I'm not sure how much I should share about them. They were adamant about you not learning about them.
That makes them suspicious in my eyes, but
They're certainly worried of your. Again, it's your public persona. She's. If she's willing to work with my mother, but not you, then.
As long as they're kept secure, but
Oh,
I'll
they are.
caution. Someone that's trying to hide their identity from a public figure, even with my reputation, is someone to be worried about. So be cautious on.
But,
How much
honestly,
do
out of
you
the two
know?
families, let's be honest, our work is a little bit more bloody.
True. Like, I try to handle things a bit more quiet and off the scenes while yours are upfront execution. At times.
Hmm.
The Royal Inquisitor is more feared than the Mangus title, for a few reasons. But you have a better reputation. War heroes and the like.
We do an awful lot of public charity.
His eyes scan over the group for a moment. How much do you know about this mystery woman that's done this research?
Gonna kind of look at Davian.
Enough.
not here. Oh, he is.
Enough to know that she's trustworthy in her word. Her grasp and understanding of magic is as high as mine, if not better. The notes in which she has shared with Sophia, Lady Sophia, seem to be sound, and every word she's spoken so far seems to be true. They seem to not be lying or hiding anything from us after being discovered, and proving that we could be somewhat trustworthy. And her persona, as to what she's putting forward, is somebody who's been through a lot, found out something big, and doesn't want to be killed in the middle of the night for it.
That
Which she
is
almost was.
that is comforting, certainly. Though I'm still going to be very cautious until I actually find out who exactly they are.
If you
Oh, we are too.
if you want a name, I will find out a way.
A name would help. Someone of power, if they're as powerful as you claim, usually has reputations in history that brings a lot to it, especially if they're getting tied to the courts and the potential danger of an entire kingdom. Then that's someone that we need a bit more on than.
Let's put it this way. For an understanding of their capabilities. She said that there was only 3 people that could create the artifact that she knew of. Herself, you, and the princess.
If that is truthful, as you claim she's speaking nothing but the truth to you, then she is definitely someone of great importance to one of the kingdoms. Not to us. So she's either tied to the north or the south then.
I'd be worried if it's the north. Far more worried than
You
the
don't
south.
just become that powerful without having some ties to somewhere.
Or someplace higher.
Still, it's still something to keep an eye on. I can't dig into it. You have all the cards for that, but as said, I will see bringing this to the king. As I glance over to Navi, is Navi doing anything in the corner?
Watching and seeming to just be on alert and examining everything and everyone. As if paying attention to every twitch of every muscle in the room.
Okay. He considers Navi for a moment. We're looking for the others. What exactly is she as well? And just nods over to Tavian. I've seen similar beings to you both, but you are both very different.
Right. She, like me, used to be someone else. She goes by Navi, or Nava.
So you might be one of the Risen then.
She
I'll let-
used to be an elf.
I call what I've gleaned from research people that have risen when they were someone else and have changed as one of the Risen. It's not sure. Other people have called them different, but very
Uh,
rare.
I am who I've always been. Tavian Rosemall. Nice to meet you.
Ah, I have heard of you.
Hmm.
I'm sure you'll actually find quite a few people know of you in the academy. Though proving your identity would be another thing.
Proved it enough to get this mask off of her family.
True, true. There'll be some skepticism.
Good.
Though, what are you planning to do? Like, I have a few ways that I can assist, as I've got people that can start scouring for any signs of these people. I already had that going on and I've not found anything, but I can continue doing that. Bring this attention to the king and bringing it to a forefront of attention.
Well, outside of that, the best you can do is work amongst the higher powers of the kingdom and first and foremost keep yourself safe. Because we believe that they don't know that they need a very powerful individual to make the artifact, but they'll figure it out quickly. And you and the
That's
princess are the most at risk.
especially the princess. They are very well in the knowledge area, but they don't have any combat experience.
They don't.
Puts them very much on the danger level.
I would suggest either for their own safety, ensuring that they are, well, at the very least, have the appropriate security.
I can't speak for everyone here, but I think what we are going to do is do what I've always done. Save my city.
We're going to go further down into the depths and further investigate.
Well, wouldn't that be a glorious show, wouldn't it?
Oh.
It-
Right. I'm
it-
gonna have to catch a tail up on who I am.
It is going to be very dangerous down there. Might have something to test your group in that endeavor. Just as they're saying that. You see the little kobold coming in. The cups and all of the items they've got on a tray are clattering and moving about. It's spilling. They're clearly terrible at their job. But they're bright, sunny, and smiling as they come down and set the tray on the table. I have brought juice, I have brought tea, I have brought little snacks. As you can see, some fruit have attempted to be cut into little rabbits. Instead, you've got a horrible chunky mess onto another plate. With little bits of toothpick skewered through each of them.
You think that's gonna stop me? That they're not cut the right size?
Obviously not.
Yeah.
How
there anything-
does the Magnus react when they walk into the room?
They simply just accept it.
Hmm.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the hospitality.
He actually does snap his fingers once the plate is set down and the liquid returns to its cups that's spilt and scattered over it.
So he does, like, straight up clean everything up, I assume?
Yep.
That figures.
Though, with that set in mind, that does make things a bit strange, because you've seen the dustiness clinging to the walls, the untidiness to the rest of the structure, and if he can just snap his fingers and make everything better, he hasn't.
He doesn't care about the house.
Doesn't care about the house. He doesn't. He actively hates the paintings.
Mm-hmm. Tavian's pieced together what's going on. It's not hard. God,
He's
I
the
love these
last of his
gummies.
bloodline.
Now, I can go fetch things, you can speak to Mocklin and get to know them a little bit. While I'm doing that, how far into the depths are you planning to go? Do you have any idea on that?
I think just as far as we can get, trying to head towards the center. Is that correct, Alexandra? That's what we were told?
For the most part, but right now we're going to be investigating the bodies.
Right. God, I can't wait to do that.
Yeah, lovely corpses sitting in the water for a couple days. Can be great.
To the center. For all the research I've had on that makes it seem like it's impossible, but we haven't had people consistently doing once they get shoved back up or they end up gravely wounded. If you are attempting that, then I definitely have something that can assist. I'll be a
You've known
moment,
me
though.
for a while. You know I'm headstrong.
I know you're stupidly headstrong like your father. Well, I would be dead without him, and he would dead without me, so we've got our backs on that one. I'll start heading out, his tail swishing as he's going. I'll be back, Marklin. Please don't. Just do your best. As you can hear the sounds of stairs creaking as he's gone further upstairs. Okay, I've got juice, I've got tea that it's lavender tea, I think it's lavender tea. And there's fruits, and I could get something more.
I think you are fine. Why don't you sit down and enjoy this with us?
Would that be proper? I don't know if that's proper or not.
The guest is
Happens at
always
my
correct.
house.
Yeah, the guest.
Okay.
Yeah, the guest is always correct.
Well, she'll just jump down in the seat that Magnus was in, not understanding the significance. She has not been taught etiquette
Yeah,
at all. It's
and
clear on that front.
I will speak up on that one. That chair might be off limits.
Why?
It is his chair.
Okay. And then she'll just jump up and sit on the next
Just-
to Alexandria.
I just, I'm gonna take a glass of the juice and hand it over towards Impale and try to hand one over to Samuel.
What?
I'm handing you a glass of juice.
I'm
Marvelous color.
good.
Begins juggling it.
I'm
Juggle
sorry,
the juice?
the cup of juice?
How else do you get better at juggling?
Okay, this is going to be a difficult potential thing to do. Can you make me is it an acrobatics check for juggling normally? Actually, let's do a
It's
performance.
really up to flavor. So you could say it's a sleight of hand. It could be a acrobatics, or
you
just a
trying-
dex check.
Are you trying to just be skilled with this or make a performance?
I would
A
say
show.
skilled.
In that case, I'll say we can do acrobatics for this because you're basically trying to juggle liquid out of the cup and back in.
I've seen it done, but dear God.
I say you do it, but you do get a bit of a sprinkle of the juice onto yourself in the process. It's a difficult thing to do.
More practice is needed.
Oh, that's terrible. And she rushes up, gets a napkin that's already stained from all the things she's been cleaning, and just tries to clean the liquid up, which just makes it even more stained. There we go, all dried.
Thank you, young one.
You're quite welcome. Was it
I'm
Miss-
63. It's kobolds. Sorry.
What is it? I think you said it was impale, right? That's a very interesting thing. Do you impale people? Do you,
I
do you-
do the rare art of impalement axe. Basically, knife throwing skills if you wish to watch and demonstrate, but that is what it is.
Oh, that's
I could also do other tricks, but I don't usually do them often unless, well, someone earns my ire.
Oh, I was thinking like you impaled like a pig and you just turned it around to cook it for people like a chef.
Sweet summer child.
Oh,
I have a question.
I might not have answers, but I'll try.
How long have you been working for the Magnus?
It's been about 4 years, I think. I think it was your father and Magnus. They taught some people from the north. It's like a slave. I think it was like a slave ship. And Magnus picked me up from there. I didn't really have any place to go back to, so they offered me to work here.
Well, that's awfully kind of them, actually.
great. Now I'm starting to like the guy.
He's a bit much sometimes. It really depends on what's happened, but he's very, very stressed all the time.
Sounds like
Yeah.
you could use a friend.
Does.
He doesn't trust people either. I think the only person he really trusts is the sir, the bigger sir that looks like you but bigger and cooler. Much cooler.
Yeah, that is cool on me.
Would you be interested in a mistress?
Excuse me?
Would your dad be interested in a mistress?
I start to chuckle.
I
I just sit there and go, "Oh, dear Lord, are you guys polyamorous here? Is that still a thing, or is that bad now?" Your dad may end up. You might be looking at your new stepmom.
I'll take that as a maybe.
let's go with the maybe. I haven't really asked.
Right.
I think your father's the only one that really visits it here either. I think it was pretty funny when he tried to just walk through the door and got blasted back. I sketched it. I do like sketching. I can show you some pictures.
Please do.
Okay, I will just be a moment. As she basically climbs over the table, jumps over you, and scatters off. It's all the kobold energy in a maid dress. Not-
It's as soon as she's out of earshot. I love them. They are adorable. This is great. I'm gonna be good friends with that kobold in one way or another.
They're fantastic.
I know, it's amazing.
It's weird.
Oh, Samuel, you're just saying that because you have a hard time making friends. Except for Navi. She took a liking to you. Oh,
The
right.
assumptions are strong. But anyways.
So it's. I kind of feel bad.
I don't think you should. You were operating under circumstances which you were presented with in a manner that is appropriate. Now,
I
giving new circumstances, you are operating under new reactions. These reactions are being shown and should be taken into account, but never discredit your feelings when somebody treats you like shit, even if it is because of public appearance.
I don't know if his actual interest in me was actual interest or not, but still. If it was, that's not happening, but
I have a deep suspicion it wasn't.
yeah.
I think he's desperate to keep power over something that's failing. And he's using fear tactics and is doing this in a way that I can only describe as self-destructive, and honestly, I wouldn't mind having a long conversation with him. I've changed my mind. I no longer wish to not talk to him. Now I wish to talk to him in great detail. Oh,
Honestly,
how'd you like your equipment?
I don't fully agree with the saying on the inside.
You know, honestly, I wasn't expecting you to find that. Most people don't.
I don't really say it's my people that are keeping me in line.
Well, it's the care for your people. There's only so much
That
room. There's only
is a
so
little
much.
bit more accurate.
There's only so much room on a handle.
That's true.
You're fine. Ooh, I
Yep.
like this song.
This is the actual music that was meant to be playing this entire time.
Let me turn it up because this is sad, and I like sad music. Hold on. This is important to James. Hold on. Where is it? Audio. Ah.
But
Yeah, not that much.
Navi,
honestly,
you're moving back and forth. Are you gonna peek at any of the portraits that are on the wall?
Nope.
Damn it. Okay.
Just pacing.
I am going to take a look at everything.
but
I'm just not.
The
Stavian,
portraits are currently covered in a canvas. They would need to be removed to actually.
Okay. I'll let Alexander
what do you
speak first.
think?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yep. What do you think? I don't know. Part of me just wants to give the man a damn hug.
I think that would be a poor choice, given the way that he is currently acting.
I know.
I think that he needs care being given to somebody that he either respects or doesn't know. And that's the big thing. And if he has a hard time trusting others, then the best people to trust are people that you know well, or don't know at all, or understand to a point. Basically, it's going to take a nobody to talk to him, and I think the best candidates for that are probably me or Samuel. I'd say Impale, but Impale isn't going to get to them on a personal level, unless Impale wishes to do so. But I don't know that... Impale, no offense, but I don't know your motives. And I also still question the act of hiding who you are, but I'm not going to say anything on that, because breaking that without you wanting to tell us would be bad.
Understandable.
And I feel that I am in a unique position here, but I also feel that there may be someone else who may be better suited to it. I am no noble, and I was no friend to nobles in my time. There was one noble I respected, and she took me all the way to the top of this pecking order back then. And the only thing I knew what to do with it was to issue commands of war. Me on a personal level, I would have to take the mask off, and that's hard to do with people. Which is why all of you in here are unique.
I've known the man for a while. Although I haven't met this side of him. Honestly, most of my school years are a blur of boredom and violence, honestly. So, maybe I was friends with him, or maybe he was my greatest enemy in school. I'm a bit of a piece of shit.
I mean, I understand that. I think you're nice.
She shrugs.
Keep that saying close to your heart, and well, maybe it'll do you some good. I know mine did me. Well, in that case, I would like to volunteer to speak, but if someone else thinks that they're better suited, I would not hesitate to give up the position. I don't think you, Alexander, would be a good idea because you're so close to him. Even if it is a negative close.
I'm
If I
rethinking
were
a lot of my opinions on him.
If I were to speak, though I don't have such close connections to such a fiend, I am not afraid of getting personal. I just need to know more of the motivation and whether or not it's connected to my plight. But for the time being, I think I won't step in until I know that it is a wise choice for me to step in, for I do not want the plan to fail.
Just a nod. I respect that about you, Impale. You've been nothing but a professional. You should look your daggers over carefully.
But of course,
I have a feeling he might have given a special message on all the things he gave us.
It's tradition.
Could I have a quick perception roll from you?
Absolutely. It's gonna go
Navi, I
poorly.
did.
Oh, Navi. Okay, sorry.
Yeah,
No.
because they're the ones currently scouting around, keeping an eye out of everything.
Yes, you can. One second. Perception. 16.
Okay, you will notice a tiny little hamster with a hat on and what looks like a whistle dangling around their neck, guttering around and being very, very quiet and very sneaky as they duck under a countertop, just watching the group.
Navi will continue doing her normal pacing, but now do full circle of the room. Only very gently moving people out of the way as she does. And then about probably halfway through the second circle, just snatch it if she can.
Okay, that would be an athletics check, and I will roll to see if they can resist.
That's gonna go well, but alright.
It's a hamster with a whistle.
Yep.
The most impressed man has the cutest familiar.
I mean, hey man, listen. Holy shit. Does
Wait.
the hamster just like fucking full on Thor hold the hands open and then just run?
I guess we can say that's what happened. You attempt to grab, and their tiny hands stop your fingers for a moment as the small, adorable eyes meet your own, and then they're moving.
Just a very animalistic growl at it.
Did a hamster hold your hands away?
Goes
That was-
back to pacing now that they're gone.
Yeah, I just immediately, that was the buffest hamster I've ever seen.
There must be a little tiny hamster gym somewheres.
I hope so. Right. Well, Navi, I take it that you don't have anything to add to the matter now that you're under your current mindset. I just look deep in their eyes.
Yeah, they're just moving back and forth, ignoring you by the looks of it.
I figured. Alright.
I would like to be with you when you talk to him, at least. Not say anything, just...
It will be harder to connect on a personal level if it isn't. So,
You give me the signal, I'll leave the room.
alright. I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna take a look at the picture.
Okay, so you pull back. Do you pull back the canvas for the burnt one, the one that was currently stabbed by Impale,
I'm
or the
lift-
other one?
I'm lifting, not removing. I just want to see.
Yeah, but I'm asking which one. Is it the burnt one?
I'm gonna start with the knife one, as that's the one he nodded to.
Okay.
I'm also gonna
So-
retrieve Impale's knife for her.
You pull back the knife and then lift the canvas, and doing so allows everyone in the room to see what's behind. As you see the figure of an elf. An elf dressed in noble attire, with golden flowing hair. A stern, passive, almost emotionless face. And the marks of the dagger, where their heart would be.
I'm taking a quick glance over. How old does this painting look, and does it look fucking familiar? Because that gold hair sounds awfully familiar, but it's a dude, so...
You can roll a history check.
Uh, 19.
While some features are similar, you're not entirely sure if they're connected, but the painting is definitely old. And thinking back, you do remember that there was a household within Arnora that did used to be run by elves. It was a household of florists.
I'm gonna recover it because that'll track. It's funny to see how many people went from human or elven descent into dragon descent. I've got so many questions for why that's a thing. Alright.
Adoption into the family?
Well, I don't think adoption is how it went down. Because you're obviously blood related. I can see a lot of traits, at least in your family, Alexandra.
Physical?
Surprisingly, yes.
Huh.
The look behind the eyes, a certain way that the scales bristle on the side of your cheek that remind me of my good dragonborn friend, but the eyes remind me of her. And I was not aware that they could have children, but then again, nothing works now like it did then, so maybe it started back then and I just wasn't around to see it.
Okay, weirdo.
Now, do you go and look at any of the other portraits? This
I'd-
is open for anyone.
Yeah, Alexandra will look at the burned one. After
Okay.
that,
So you lift up the slightly burned canvas that's covering it and look underneath, and this one is a family portrait. There's the elven man that was before standing on what was likely the patriarch role. There's an elven woman sat down, an older man but seemingly a bit younger than the others that is also an elf. A smaller woman that is again also an elf, and then you see a young dragonborn. Gold that shimmers in the same color as the hair of each of these elves. Slightly off to the side, where the burn begins, only part of them still remaining in the portrait. And
I got a
the ho-
question.
A horn, a bit of the scales, a hand. And what's the question?
Bit of a
Um,
hunch.
Could I roll a history if I could? With the damaged portrait and what remains of the Dragonborn, could I go back into my memory and see if I remember anyone that looked as such from my academy days?
Sure. Yeah. You would remember, though it was only for a small while, there was a Dragonborn with golden colorings. They were not treated that well, but they excelled. And that drew a certain amount of attention. A certain amount of tension that ended up with them getting cruel to keep people away. And it ended up being taken out of the academy, while still young, to be sent into war. Someone that replaced one of the older children.
Alexandra will just kind of let the covering go back over. She just kind of lets out a breath through her nose.
You would have some interactions with this person. You might have even fought together, or even fought people side by side. A bit of a mixed match of positive, negative flashbacks. It's only brief ones.
Alexandra always fought to, protect the bullies. Like fight the bullies picking on the other kid, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
That's why I would say a bit of mixed, because it might have started where they were the bullied, but in the end they became the crueler one. Kept people away from them.
Of course it was him.
And as you say that, unless anyone wants to look at any of the other portraits real quick.
I think I'm good. I think I got enough of the story.
Moomy,
I think that's a good-
Samuel.
No, I'm good.
Nah, I'm pretty good.
Yeah.
I love
Okay.
listening to it.
In that case, as that's happening, Morklin rushes back in with a mismatch of different canvas Peaches held to the chest. I'm back, and I found it. I found the drawings.
Oh, oh. Why don't you go ahead and show him?
Okay, this is my best attempt at your father, and I wasn't expecting this girl, so I was gonna make a quick check for their performance roll to see. It's a very, very bad attempt. It almost like a stick figure drawing kind of style, but you can see a blast of what might have been like a puff of air or something. You see the stick figure tumbling back, ass up in the air, face on the dirt. This is a sir. It was very funny. Like his tail was everywhere. His butt was stuck in the air. It's a juicy butt, but it's still sticking in the air.
It's so weird that you're horny for my dad.
Is it?
I just don't know how to deal with this. No. I'm
Well,
gonna
if you
go
don't like this one, I have the
Samuel, what are
other
your
one as
what's
well.
your thoughts? Oh, okay, what
It is weird.
Okay, this is your father while he was getting drunk here.
uh-huh.
It's just another stick figure. That's kind of slouched in what looks like an attempt at a couch, bottle in hand.
Miss, how old are you?
Not entirely sure. I'm at least in my 20s or my 30s, somewhere around there. I haven't really counted.
Right.
There's another picture that is brushed up. This one seems more detailed, probably
30 months?
more months? No. Older.
Okay.
Yeah, like years? I think it's years. We don't really keep track of time.
That's dangerous for so many
Okay.
reasons.
Yep.
Is it? I don't really get it, but it's another portrait. And this one's more detailed. This shows your father being patched up. It looks like they came here to get healed at some point. I got to see his abs there. Look at the details there.
Yep, you really focused in on those.
Alright. Well.
Like I tried to like mirror some of the portraits. I stuck peaks. I peeked at them to try and get some of the styles. I'm not that good, but I'm trying. It's fun.
I'm glad you have a nice hobby.
So why is it bad for me not to count time? It never felt important.
Time can determine a lot of things. If something stays out for too long, then it's not safe to eat.
Everything's good to eat.
Yeah.
No.
No. Alexandra, kobolds can eat awful.
Oh god, they're like swimmers.
Yeah. But they legitimately can. I don't know what's wrong with Swimmer.
Swimmer is an interesting name. Are they a kobold?
No, he's my boyfriend.
Ooh, is he like your dad?
Oh my
He's
god.
very strong, yes.
Could I meet Swimmer? Do you need a
Maybe.
mistress?
Can
One-
you relax?
What?
Do you need a mistress?
Damn.
I just blink slowly as I
Oh,
see
jeez.
that this kobold is way thirstier than anybody I've. This kobold's thirstier than the dragonborn I know. Oh, God.
Alexandra is just gonna slowly bring her hands to her face, just cover her eyes.
And just immediately, I do believe that's a no there, miss.
Damn. She looks like her dad, though. She's a very good sign.
Oh my goodness. Huh. I think this is probably the most sad and hilarious day I've had in a while. Alright, just, man.
What is
Like, you're a
that
little,
like?
you're a bit too skinny and bony, though. I'll probably like to eat you. He just looks to Tavian. Maybe.
No, he's not food.
He looks like he could be food, though.
I'm the
No.
I'm probably the most dangerous thing you've probably tried to eat. Unless you've
My
tried to
God,
eat her
that's
dad.
just like a thirsty ruby.
There was a fish that was very pointy, and it gave me like a really bad stomach for a while. I remember Avia said it was poisonous, like a blowfish or something. That was pretty
Both-
bad.
Yeah. It stops juggling when they say that. Do you actually stop juggling with the "do you need a mistress" joke?
Correct.
Do you just let the daggers hit the ground?
It's very much like they stop and they just stand there like they don't say anything, they're just staring.
Yeah, I'm just. You sure you don't want to get on this? It's pretty fun.
And as you say that, the sight of Avius comes by. What's fun?
Oh, thank you for saving me.
Oh, just your attendant is very much a joy.
She's different a bit. He's trying to put on a professional look now that he's back, and he's failing at it. As he glances down to her,
She's doing a wonderful job.
it looks like she's been enjoying herself, and she hasn't broken anything for once, so that's good. Nice.
She showed us some of her drawings.
Has she shown you her desire dream journal, or she just something she's seen?
I'm sorry, she has a desired dream journal.
She calls it that.
I just pinched the bridge of my nose.
Do you?
Alexandra's just gonna look.
Oh wait, I'm
down
wearing
at
a
the
mask. I
table.
can't pinch the bridge of my nose. I just literally go to pinch the bridge of my nose and just face palm my mask.
He just face palms his face.
My mask
Yeah,
into my face.
Do any of you like literature and read it?
Vastly. Though I've
That-
not had a good book since I got to this time period.
Then you probably would understand the term of fan fiction. Then that is
Oh,
basically
dear.
what she's.
Can we
Oh.
leave, please? Goodness.
Yeah. Samuel, you ready to go, Samuel?
I've been ready to go for a while now. Get me out of here.
Before that, he'll go over and set a crate that he's been carrying onto the table. It took me a while to find it. I usually just have these stored for extra change. As he opens it up to reveal bottles of health potions.
Oh,
Now, you said you're going down to the depths. They're not the strongest potency. Most of them I've already used, but it should be enough to eat for each of you.
that would be most helpful.
Right.
Thank you.
Such
You're
a
wel-
kind gift.
You're quite well.
Would you mind if I came by again to speak later?
If I have the free time, which I most likely won't, but I would not mind available guests depending on the time.
I'm just not.
It does sound you're departing, however, so safe travels. If there's threats, as you say, out there, there may be people targeting your family. Keep a bit of a more attentive eye on your surrounding.
Will do. And
Yes.
Sorry.
You have nothing to be sorry for.
It's not what I meant.
Alright. I'm not going to change how I'm acting outside of these walls, so look forward to that.
Woo!
I'll sit down and that little hamster from before peeks in again.
I'll say this much, Magnus. You're a lot less need.
Could you repeat that? You cut off for me.
I'll say this much, Magnus. Then you're made.
That you are cutting out something fierce, mate.
What?
Yeah. I heard your maid, and that was.
Hello?
He's
Hello.
a maid.
Yeah, I heard you're a maid. I was like, that can't be what you're saying.
I'll say this much, Magnus. You're a lot less thirsty than your maid.
Okay, now it
There's a-
makes sense.
There's a blink and then glance over to the maid. That if they could blush, they would be.
I mean,
And
they
just
can.
look up.
Scale of color change.
That is very accurate from what I know of her. Thankfully, I am not of her appetite. At least I hope I'm not. I have not seen anything that would hint at that.
She asked if I needed a mistress.
Yeah, I can see that. She has attempted to jump your father in his business once or twice.
Yeah.
Your father treats her like a small child, so you don't have to worry of that.
I'm not. I'm pretty sure he's very happy with the relationship he has.
Oh, most certainly. He gushes too much about it when he's drunk. Also, you probably don't want to hear this actually. I was about to say he's similar to that one in some regards as he points to the maid, but that's not something a daughter needs to hear.
Honestly, I didn't exactly want to hear the words, "Do you need a mistress?" But, here we are. It's a hell of a day.
All the same, well, this has definitely been a small, pleasant break from the work. Safe travels to you, and it looks over to Impale. Did you enjoy piercing any more paintings?
I got distracted with some comments, but I may do so as I would go out my way.
Well, feel free, there's plenty targets for you on the way out.
Well,
Does she need some assistance? He looks over to Navi. I could try to calm her down with a spell if needed.
That would probably be a poor idea, considering. Navi, we are leaving. We're gonna try to go to a place that's more sound. Would you like to go somewhere a little safer, or would you like to go somewhere more familiar?
Nadia doesn't reply, but she does stop pacing, looking to the rest of the group expectantly.
So, for pretty much everyone that's perceptive enough, you would notice the small kobold attempting to reach out for Miss Alexandria's behind briefly, and then the little hamster points to her and blows on their whistle, making the jump scutter off.
That is fucking hilarious. But also just scuttles right past me and I was like, shake my head.
I...
Right.
Jeez.
On our way out, Alexandra, before this becomes a
Hmm.
kobold engagement.
Uh-huh.
I've theorized some reasons why she's particularly interested in your family.
Hmm.
Do you have any like direct ties to potential dragons besides being a dragonborn? Like anything that's
Yeah.
on the stronger.
Oh yeah.
Just gonna turn around and look at TV and just tilt her head to the side.
You guys really don't know anything about Felix. I think
If
Ferrix.
In that case, then that answers the theory why she's so drawn. Kobolds tend to have a particular strong connection for those with a stronger connection to dragons.
I look back to the guy. The guy talking. God, what's the name? God, why do I keep forgetting this? Magnus. Right. Just, are you not
Magus.
Magus?
I do, but it's not to the potency of.
Would explain.
I don't cause the same reaction to kobolds as I've noticed their household seem.
I've just noticed that I've not had my picture changed this entire time, so everybody's been looking at my fucking tiefling character that's been long dead. My bee. But yeah, just a nod and just go. Alright, conversations could be had, but I think Samuel has the right of it. If the entire city is going to be sunk, then we need to be quick.
Yeah. We'll talk again in a, someplace where you don't have to put on another show. At Magus.
Yeah.
And she stands up.
Good
Honestly.
travels to you, and hopefully you will not need those potions that will happen.
They will. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I kind of step outside.
Yeah, I'm just straight up leaving the area.
More or less same.
Yeah.
Just along the way out of just.
Anything you guys do as you're heading out?
Just gonna take another couple peeks underneath some of the. There should be a painting where it has like on the main hallway where it's the current head of the family kind of thing, you know. If my thoughts are in the right way, she's gonna kind of poke around and see if she can find that one.
Okay, well, looking around on the way out, the servant or Magnus just leaves you to it as he goes back to his office and hear the sound of her clattering away, attempting to clean and failing to do so. You peek under some of the portraits, and anyone else that is curious can do the same. You see more of the family members, the mother, the father, the two sons and the daughter, and then Magnus. Actually, wait, it's one son and one daughter, not two. Through various stages of their life, and through all this, the times you see the Dragonborn seem to only be in the family portrait. Outside of that, there's no portrait taken. no extra signs of them being given any special attention.
Do any of the
Nothing
other
marked.
children get any of that?
There's plenty of that.
Hmm.
From what you've seen of the other ones, you see the son and daughter beaming, prideful, nearing, oozing authority through each one of them.
I have a question. You said that these were elves, correct?
Yep.
But elves are supposed to be long gone, and he's still here. But he's the same age as her.
Correct.
But these elves are implied to be his family.
Correct.
Like recent family.
Correct. Again.
Did he look like he was breathing at all during the time of our interaction?
Oh, Ivels, yes, he definitely was breathing.
Okay. So curious. That's... I've got so many questions.
Dude. One moment. Where is it? Is kind of the lot. Defenses. There it is.
Okay, have a look at this.
Is he celestial fiend or undead?
He's none.
Is there any celestial fiend or undead within 60 feet of me?
So,
In 60 feet of you? Well, you see you have undead from a few sources in your group.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the Hampstead a very faint celestial feel to
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, it's a familiar.
But there's nothing more from that from
Okay.
the Dragonborn themselves.
Alexandra would leave.
There's a puzzled look over to you for a moment as they may have sensed you did something but not sure what you did.
Just give a little wave and a thumbs up, then leave.
As you leave, the group with some puzzles and some pieces on the history of this household. I'm gonna have to actually make a quick history roll from you, Miss Alexandria, because you're the one that would probably know this.
Okay. It's a big
Nope.
fat 11.
You've never really dug into history too much.
You know what? I'm gonna use my inspiration.
You do have it.
that's significantly better.
That is. So, you've seen the strange is in the portrait. That they're kind of like Navi, but thinking back to it, don't remember hearing anything about the Magnus household being anything but humans and a dragonborn in the latest edition. In the third son, which is Ivos.
Do I know if he's adopted or not?
You don't know the situation there.
Okay.
But it's believed that he's the blood of the family, otherwise he would not have been able to inherit as he did.
Hmm.
And like the mystery of what happened to the parents and the other children, no one
Even
really
if
knows what
they,
happened there.
Yep. Hold on. Okay.
But with that, the group can head off. They've had their meeting, they've brought it to attention. They found out some secrets of one of the major families. of Aramar. Now, what would you like to do next?
Lead us.
Samuel, where do you think we should go next?
It's up to Her Majesty.
Again, I'm not.
Well, in that case, Alexandra, you said you wanted to go check out the bodies, correct?
Would be the best way to get a lead outside of. I mean, where else to start, right?
Right. Alexandra, I do have another question.
Hmm.
Do you think it would be possible for you to get one of Glory's weapons off of her? Or have one of her daggers or something handed to me?
With these.
I need it done without you touching it. But with your bare hands.
Okay.
It's very particular magic.
I'll see what I can do. Weird question.
I know it is.
This has been a weird day.
I know.
It's not even noon.
Alright. Alexander, the reason why I want the weapon is because if I have the weapon, I'll know who she is.
Alright,
I have a magic that I have that allows me to read a weapon.
I get that. It's not that. I'm just griping about.
We want to know her, so we need to know about her.
Yeah, I know.
I'll also be able to tell who made it and a few other things and what's its intended purpose, so if she's ever sacrificed anyone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm still just... Never had that happen before. Okay.
The mistress thing, I thought it was hilarious. Kind of cute, honestly. Especially how you just kind of completely flubbed it. You were embarrassed and it was adorable.
Let's go look at some dead bodies.
Back to the morbid. Alright, fair enough. Impale, how are you at swimming?
You know, I know how to doggy paddle, but there's been spurts of inspiration that allow me to swim at high speeds, as you saw last time. However, sometimes I tire.
How long can all of you hold your breath? Except for Navi.
Long enough.
We need to go down there and investigate these bodies under the water, and I wanted to know if I needed to go down there, cut them, and bring them to the surface, or if we were going to go down there and look. Alexander, what do you think? Well, I guess everybody, what do you think? Would you rather study the bodies on the surface, or where they currently lie?
Why not both? Because the interesting thing that I don't think you consider is, if they were brought down there, well, the question is why? And more importantly, they would have left evidence if they were able to do certain things, so you check below, and then you bring them up, and we check them again.
We investigate around the body, and then when we're done with that, we investigate the body itself.
Alright then.
And worst case scenario, we all die a horribly painful death.
Oh, yeah.
Worst case scenario, we immediately find the thing that's controlling the city and drain away the oceans and
Can't be
Escher,
much.
a new age to the king.
Well, the first
Yeah,
one
but-
ain't so much as bad as being crushed to death, I'm sure.
I mean, I didn't really say the horribly painful ways. So, who knows? Maybe it is crushing to death. Round 2, Electric Boogaloo. Let's go.
Alright. I take my mask off. I put it in the bag. I start to strip my armor as I walk. Because it sounds like I'm going for a dip.
I just need a moment to have a quick bathroom break.
That sounds perfectly fine. I need a moment to get some water.
Okay.
I'm just gonna drink a Moscow Mule.
A
Ooh.
5-minute break, everyone. Then.
Delicious.
Oh.
Now here's the real question, Moomin. What are your ingredients? And I don't mean like actual ingredients. What brands are you using?
You know, you can never go against the best kind of Moscow Mule brand, so you already know Cock and Bull.
I've never
Always the
heard
good
of
ones.
this.
It is a brand for ginger beer.
Okay.
And then you could really use any kind of vodka and stuff like that with this one.
Well, yeah. Vodka is so neutral. Any of it works.
And then lime juice.
So I use reds.
Wait.
Oh, I know what you're doing. Reds. I know what you mean.
I'm sorry. I don't know why I said red. Reeds.
I was about to say it's like that's what I was saying. I know what you're talking about because I was sitting there. It's like it's not. Some people call them reds, but I heard people call them reeds, and I was like, I think you're talking about the same thing, you know?
Yeah, Reeds is a pretty good one. I was telling Gary earlier, today I finished making my homemade blackberry liqueur.
Damn, that's that. How long did that take?
It didn't take very long at all. I started the process right before session. I'm sorry. I started the process Friday night, like 7 o'clock. And all I did is I took 6 packs of blackberries. I mashed them really, really good. And then put in a bottle of red wine and let it sit in the fridge with like a cloth over it in the dark for like 2 days. 6 o'clock today, I started draining it as much as I could in some cheesecloth. And added some sugar to it. Brought it up hot enough that I could melt the sugar in it but not burn off the alcohol. And then once that was done, I just added some vodka to it. Mixed it.
That process just sounds impressive.
It's honestly, it didn't take as long, or it wasn't as intrusive or tedious as I thought it would be. Definitely the next time I do it, the recipe was recommending like nut milk bags, so you can actually like seal them in a way. And I would definitely do that instead of cheesecloth, because every time I would squeeze too hard, it would just pop fucking jam everywhere. It was annoying.
Still impressive.
Yeah, but it's without the vodka, it's so delicious. With the vodka, it's still good. It just has that alcohol bite to it now. I like both versions. I think they're both great. So what I ended up doing to celebrate it is I made a bramble, which is the creme de mure with gin and lemon juice. It's very good.
Oh, that's a fanciness I just would love to have, you know?
Yeah. Well, hold on. Let me take a picture of my shit.
Oh, I thought we wanted to see the alcohol.
I mean, some people want to show it off, you know?
Hey man, listen, if it's impressive, it's impressive. Doesn't matter.
I mean, it's in a giant mason jar, so.
I mean, hey man.
I love how this went south so quick.
Sorry. I have a tendency to either make things better or significantly worse, depending.
Normally it's in a bowl, not a jar, but okay.
Thank you.
I'll,
made
I'll
that-
see myself out. I'll go.
You made
I'll
that.
leave.
You made that significantly better. Worse.
Yeah, I am back.
I want to see that picture.
Back in black. I hit sack.
Is everybody here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, as I
Here.
will harass Navi.
Perfect. Now, we were leaving off.
You what?
Harass. You're being bugged.
Actually, though, or just jokingly?
What do you think from the marvelous Impale?
That could be both.
I need a clarification.
Well, basically, you showed kindness to them, so they're very much just trying to get to know you more, kind of situation of harass.
Hey, what's your favorite flower? Where you from? What's your social security number?
Navi would be seeming to ignore you currently.
What's your mother's maiden name?
Do you like it if I juggle this way or this way? How about underhand? How about over my legs? How about under me? How about above me? How about over there? How about on that person?
I was just over
Oh,
here
you're
like,
dead.
ow.
What
I mean-
are the funny numbers on the back of your credit card say?
Just, oh no, I've been impaled.
You're making
Uh,
it sound like a sitcom show.
I mean,
God, it sounds like a really cool thing to say against a villain. Throw a dagger at them, they go like, ow, and you go like, you just got impaled.
I've seen a few comedies and tragedies in my day.
That sounds like a comic book, honestly. They throw it and they have that one liner of, "You've been impaled.
you
By
just
the impale."
you just got impaled. Insert yelling yeah with sunglasses.
Yeah, exactly.
I got you.
But
I
no,
see
that's
you.
basically what. Just out of like, no joking aside though, basically Impale would be bugging Navi a bit, and sadly Navi, as you said, would be ignoring them, so they wouldn't really read Impale's face
Just
Yeah.
or actions, you know.
Navi is currently. Navi does not seem okay currently.
There you go, Moomin.
I must see this. We may continue on.
yeah, just deep sigh.
So, any interactions between yourselves before I continue on?
Yeah, just look back there at Navi. Navi, is there anything that I can do to help you feel more comfortable at this point in time?
She just shakes her head. No.
Do you need time to...
She
Yeah.
shakes her head. No.
Are you going to be okay?
Nods.
I would ask if you would like a hug, but I already know the answer is no.
Does not respond to that.
Tough crowd.
I just kind of step back and just lean into Impale and just go, I think she's having some personality issues right now. She's been this way ever since we saw the bodies in the water.
She was a little bit different when you saw bodies in the water, but she's been different since the morning.
Since the morning specifically,
Yes.
she seems to be...
She was somber yesterday, but responsive and engaging. This is completely different.
Yeah.
Oh my god, please tell me you're a hexblood of a Eldria and Elf where you're basically like different seasons affecting you. That would make me so damn happy if that's how you're role playing it.
About that.
Oh no.
That's pretty damn close, I think. What I've got is literally Tavian's kind of putting together something that's a little bit more fucked up, but
Well, I have a prediction on top of that, but I'm not going to say it for. I'm sitting there going, like, I'm already enjoying your character. I
Yeah.
want to dissect it.
Yeah.
Good.
I'll keep my mouth shut too. And just kind of just nod, just like they might just need time at the moment.
As they say, time is the healer of all wounds. Sometimes.
What about you, Impale? Got any wounds of your own that need time?
Oh, me? Why, if I wasn't able to connect with my fans, I truly would not be able to help them heal and be full of glee. Of course I have wounds. Of course I have things that would be considered, and they put quotation mark, baggage. Especially for my background crew. Very much they work hard just to make me famous and popular amongst the groups.
Well, if you ever need somebody to talk to, please.
I will consider that good, Tavian, but don't you worry. Impale is impervious.
And what about the background crew?
Oh, don't worry about them.
I just kind of smile at that.
Joke's on you. I worry about everyone's emotional needs.
And to top it all off, anyone looks impervious, and I put my own mask on when you can't see their face. And I just keep walking.
Instead of singing "Let's all go to the lobby," we're singing "Let's go all see the bodies."
I swear to God, if Impale said that out loud, I'd die. I lose 17 HP and psychic damage.
Woo!
That is the most clever fucking joke. Fuck you.
You're welcome.
Right.
Onwards.
Yeah.
Make sure you
Oh.
pick up your popcorn and soda.
Yeah. And just immediately on our way there, Samuel, you gonna share anything personal?
I like the color green.
Oh.
Nice.
I'll keep that in mind next time I decide to make you something.
I thought you'd be a purple guy.
That's more my shtick.
Purple is
Honestly,
royalty, and I'm definitely not that.
It's purple
I
royalty
kind
now?
of thought like
Thought it was
night
red.
blue.
Light blue, that's pretty too. But green's a good color.
Purple, blue, they're both royalty colors.
I'm a fan of red. That's what.
Red, yeah, red.
Who would have thunk? I'm mostly wearing red.
Mostly wearing, mostly colored. Oh. Alright. Color green.
Good for you. It's also swimmer's favorite color.
The group would continue on, starting to head down to the path. Well, actually, let's give Navi a moment to finish that time. Oh,
After being handed that, he just says thank you, and he'll actually straight up put it in his hair. He'll braid it
Woof.
on his way there.
the group would continue on their way with a new accessory adorning Tavian. You would go past the path that Miss Alexandria usually takes to get back to their boat. Seeing the circus once more set up and busy in this slightly new area and time of the day at this point. There's an option to go visit it for a brief break from the somber mood being in. Or continue on straight to the boat.
Yeah, it's enough distractions for today. Gotta get to the job.
The sooner the work is done, the sooner we can get back to entertainment and joy.
With that decision made, you pass by the circus. The music, the flashing lights, colours, the sense of sugar from the cotton candy you've had before, all passing by. You continue down to the boat. Begin your way back to the dock where you found that scene and issue before. Back.
All right.
All right,
Since
you're gonna go for the swim, and then I back you up, or is it the other way around?
I think I got the swim. I'm going to immediately leave my armor with whoever, and I'm just gonna straight dive in.
Before you dive in, Impale simply puts a rope, being like, just in case if you need to speed along, escape.
A nod. I'll take the end of the rope, and then I fucking head first dive.
Anyone else with extra ropes? The longer we make the rope, the more likely they get spread out.
I have extra 50 feet on me.
Let's add it to this rope, and they shall be able to float about wherever they wish. It is how you can help expand the search.
Yeah, I'll add mine too.
150 feet's quite a bit of distance.
Now, as you arrive back here, there would be signs of people once again starting to settle back into the docks. There'll be a few people at stalls, but there's not as many as they should be. It's as if the residents of the place are starting to slowly fill back in.
Mm-hmm.
And as you get a few curious eyes looking over at you as a man ties himself up before diving into the water. No one here truly knowing what's going down there at the
What's the look of these people? The people around the docks right now.
200 feet of rope.
Are they just normal folks, or are they?
Make an insight check.
Nine.
That's a 9. You are not too sure. When it comes to looking over them, they look like normal people to you. Navi is certainly drawing attention as they're moving everywhere, going across the areas, getting a few people startled as they're going across the docks. And Impale moves to... I believe that's a stall.
I am moving just close enough that if I can spot Tavian, I will spot them, but I am very much waiting patiently till, well, I think they already know the tug twice motif to be pulled back in.
Okay. So you go down and you can see a bit more of the structures in this area. You don't see the end to the depths, but as you go down you can see growths starting to build in structures that are starting to peek down from under the waters. Beams that have broken out or rubble that have tangled together with wildlife that is growing onto the sides of it. And then you start to see what was originally thought to be sea. As you get close, see it in more detail. People that are floating with their arms in the air, tangled together, looking as if chain and rope wrapped around their lower legs, affixing them to the side of these buildings.
I would like to take my time and investigate the area around them. I don't have to breathe, so it's not a big deal.
Yep, feel free to make an investigation check. As you're getting a bit closer, do you plan to get straight up onto them?
I got 200 feet. I need to get as close as possible. 200 feet of rope's quite a bit.
Yeah, that is enough to reach them. If you're getting straight up onto them, that's good to know.
I gotta get close enough to where I can investigate thoroughly.
Yeah.
Got a 9. I'm assuming the water's kind of murky.
It is. This is where a lot of what comes from the city passes through, darken it. There's no clear lights of the sky beaming down as you get further down. It's difficult to perceive. You can see that their complexions are starting to turn the usual color of a drowned victim. Starting to get bloated, starting to go blue. There's a stiffness in their frames, but the water is continuing to move, keeping them moving.
I poke one with my scythe. It's
Can't you?
at a distance.
So you stretch out your scythe and poke one. And I would like you to make a quick perception check.
Because I got a feeling. 4. That investigation check was just low, but the perception check, Jesus. Bad rolls.
Yep. You poke the body, it moves back and forth, and as it moves, there's a sudden movement within the cluster as a shark is suddenly moving towards you, more agape. And I'd like you to make a quick wisdom, not wisdom, but I think it's actually an saving throw for this.
An intelligence saving throw?
I think so.
Alright. 17.
Okay, so you feel something dig onto your mind as this present dives at you, more agape attempting to bite down, but you shake it off. And the jaws that would have bitten into you just pass through you. As you realize this is an illusion linked to this place. And people on the top, I'd like you to make a perception roll. Navi in particular, because you keep moving around.
Hell, everybody but Alexander keeping their eyes peeled. Maybe I'll take the
Alexandra
skill.
is still shaken by the mistress comment.
Hey man, listen, that'd fuck a lot of people up.
I'll never be the same.
So, Navi, Impale, and Samuel as well. You would... Actually, Samuel would notice something else, but first Impale and Navi. You would notice one figure that seems to have been just standing behind one of these stalls and they stiffen, as if they've been alerted by something. They'll take a moment to glance around before tapping some rhythmic pattern, and there seems to be other people suddenly acting. Tension is building.
Yeah.
Sam, you would notice the tension like suddenly building in the area.
Yeah. I beeline it back because I'm going to assume I know this spell. Or at least this effect. It was Phantasmal Force, correct?
It's similar in nature. It's definitely an illusion.
Yeah, okay. Would it have actually damaged me?
It depends if you believe it's there.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Phantasmal Force, alright. Or very
But, I
similar in
mean-
nature.
It's illusions in general are like that.
What I love about illusions is that if you suspect it's an illusion, that allows you to roll. But like, if you just take it as it is, the DM doesn't need to tell you shit.
That's fair.
It's a
That's-
cool thing.
Yeah, I love illusions, but they don't work for players very well.
It
Oh.
really depends on the DM and how they would like to play that.
Yeah,
But
that's
as
true.
you're starting to move up, I'd like the group to make initiatives.
Do I need to also do that? Because I
Yep,
can't
you'll
select my token.
Are you stood up at the moment?
No, because my token is
He's in
underneath
the
the water.
Yeah.
Well, you can set yourself where you think you are in the water, so when you're coming up, you can pop up there.
No, like I have a token that's already underneath the water.
Like it's
I can't
been
select it.
moved onto a different layer.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's me. That's a,
There we go. Well,
yeah. Your placement was making me think something else was there.
there we go.
I'm gonna wait for the turn order to actually be open so it
Oh,
tracks.
Right. Right, we gotta wait for him to open it first.
Apologies.
Yeah. You're good.
I also need to clear it out.
Or- Well,
Yeah,
Because there was old ones there
take
as
that
well.
19.
mhm.
Hold on.
Ooh, 18.
I'll take that 12. I had it before.
It's better than a different noble paladin that can't seem to roll above a 5 on their initiative rolls.
Listen,
I don't get it.
listen. We're just bottom feeders. It's okay.
Just give me a moment to set these tokens down. where they
Aldra just lives at the bottom of the initiative board. We all know this.
I got a relatively high, not a high.
It
I
works
got
out
a
for her
decent one. I
a
just,
lot of the time.
that's fair. Honestly, same for me because I'm a caster. Anywho, yeah, just full blast up here. Oh wait, I'm 200 foot down. I'm not gonna be up here for 4 rounds.
It'll take you a little bit.
That's why I put rope on you. Because if we cannot do anything else, they could at least pull you up faster.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a moment. Get everything where they need to be.
But I'm currently armorless too. Oh boy, this is gonna be bad for me.
Well, you're the squishy boy, so maybe you being out of a few rounds is a good thing.
Yeah, probably. Oh boy.
So it's taking me a little bit to set everything up. I thought I had it ready, but I didn't.
You're fine. Just if you have a music, remember that too.
Yep.
Oh boy. I'm gonna get me a water real quick. I'll be right back.
Do 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 do.
Oh, there's here. They're all blending in, so it's making me think, where did I put one? And I'm sure there was one, and it's like, there's one hidden here. I just missed them.
How could you?
See if I added them all right. Yep. I'll need 3 rolls. I also need to switch the music. I had something planned for this area, so let me check my notes. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay. 3d20. Boop. Did I close the turn order? I did close it. I was wondering why I couldn't see it. Oh, who was that? Oh, Navi, welcome back. Didn't realize you'd left.
Yeah, no, I didn't, but I rolled it before the tracker was active. Oh.
Apologies for that.
No, you're fine.
Need to be here.
And that would be that. Is everybody in?
Yep.
Yep.
Hey.
Okay, beginning with Tavian.
How far away from the shore was the bodies? I need to know that in my calculations.
They were about 100 feet down.
2 rounds. I dashed towards the shore 60 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. You're kicking, you're moving, the rope is on you. Miss Alexandria, nothing has happened yet. You've noticed people getting tense, seeing the signal of something going on in the background.
The rope has been pulled.
Yep, and the rope has been pulled.
Alexandra is going to do a purely defensive move. Cast, what's the range of this? 60 foot. Shield of Faith on Navi.
Thanks, man.
Go ahead and get yourself +2 AC for the duration of the spell.
Jeez. Does
Um,
that transfer over to when I shift?
Yes.
Should do.
Yes.
Dope.
It's kind of badass.
Dope.
I'll just. So no, I'm concentrating. And I guess right now that will be the turn. Because none of these guys have seemed to really be doing anything hostile right now.
Yep, and Navi.
We're gonna basically help Impale really reel in on this rope, I guess. if that
Oh.
is what they seem to be about to do.
Okay, make an athletics check to help with that.
Well, that's not gonna go well, but
Navi or me is the question.
Well, if they're assisting, actually, they just give you advantage if that's what you're trying to do, isn't it?
Well,
So are you assisting or pulling as Naver?
well, it would probably be both of us pulling on the rope, but
are you trying to do the assist action, or are you actually trying to pull?
I don't know.
Well, let's put it this way: if you do the action, and even if you do a bad roll, you move them a little bit. Where if you give me advantage, and I do a good roll, it puts them farther. Or if it's not a great roll, that means I get to roll again. It's just depends on results, you know.
How good is your athletics?
I want you to be noticing this. They are not very muscular at all. When you see them,
Neither
they
is
seem like a very
Navi.
gestury.
Oh
So
boy, this is gonna be funny.
However-
Sounds to me like you both should be rolling because you're not good at this.
Then that means we take the average. Then isn't that correct?
Well, if you're both pulling, I'll say if you're using your turn to do that, you both get to pull them further with each one of you.
Okay, sure, we'll do that.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so first off with Navi.
Pretty good.
So you grab and begin to pull, and I'll say with that you pull them. Like, on the other side, are you resisting to the sudden tug at all?
No, that was the plan.
Yep. So I'll say you get pulled an extra 10 feet with that.
All right, that brings it up to I'll be on the shore in 30 feet.
Yep. Then we come on to these guys. So the people that have been drawing their attention, they're acting strangely, turn and focus upon the strange new guests. Reaching into barrels nearby them, pulling out daggers, pulling out a crossbow, pulling out blades. Drawing their attention upon the group. Move them. Let's start with this one, who throw a dagger at Samuel.
Damn.
Yep, that would be a 21 to hit.
That is going to hit.
Oh, damn.
That is going to hurt.
Yep,
yeah, it is.
That's their action. Shit. That's a lot. That's more than I was expecting.
Don't worry, it happens to me a lot too.
This one is seeming to be cutting ropes and getting a ship prepared. With this one next to them assisting with that. Well, two jump onto the deck over here. And begins to move towards Impale and Navi. Let's go with this one first. And can't quite make it, so they'll throw a dagger towards even or odds, Impale.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm usually lucky when I say odds.
Okay. So they throw a dagger at you because you thought.
That's a good thing. That's why I said.
Okay. Does a 15 hit you?
That is my exact AC.
Okay, then they deal 6 points as that dagger packs against you. Now, the other one that's left will jump down, 10. Also not being able to get quite close enough. But you are the only one that's in range for them, so they'll also throw another one at you. This time it's a 14.
That is a miss.
That is just a failure on their part. And then we go over to the man within the stall, the one that made this signal. They grab a butcher's hatchet that has been using with the food back there, wrapping it into their hands as they step forward, looking to each of you before they grin broadly, and make an attack towards Navi. Double checking on my part. So does a 19 hit you, Navi?
Absolutely. My AC of the person is 13.
That'll be 7 points of damage.
Keep in mind, you also have.
That's with the Shield of Faith.
She do not have armor.
Nope.
Oh, they're a druid.
It's just leathers.
How much?
That was 7 points of damage.
Okay.
Then we move on to this one. The one with the fancy hat that's on the other side. She... Let me... Apologies. Trying to make sure I've got this right, because I know what she wants to do.
Apology denied. Go to jail.
She wants to go to jail.
Get 60. So she will be moving towards the boat. She can get to go up this way, and so she would only be able to get to there right now. And who would be in range for her? I have a feeling it's only Samuel, but we'll see. Oh nope, Alexandria is also in range. So Alexandria, I need you to make a wisdom save. As she looks towards you and shouts out with a booming voice, "Flee, scum!" And you feel compelled to flee.
Okay. Who? That lady?
You have currently been under the effects of a command spell.
Understood.
And then we move on to Impale.
Realizing how the situation has turned extremely bad. Because let's be real, this is a really good ambush that just came out of nowhere. This might be a moment where I don't know if Navi would care too much in this moment, but it seems like the active Impale has dropped. Simply say, they'll make it on. Move back. I got them.
I'll have to dash off the map, ZM.
Yep, I'll just say you're like 5 feet off the map.
Mm,
And
Sure.
what I will do... Well, Gary, I picked one of the classes. You can look at my character sheet. And it is one of my features at the very bottom. But it only takes a bonus action to activate. However, I cannot activate it and use it right now. It'd be at the start of my next turn. Well, actually, never mind. When I activate it. My bad, I misread it. So here's what happens. So Navi, you just kind of will see Impale just start pluming smoke from the face. Smoke coming from the hands. And there seems to be a small blaze that comes forth. I gotta roll a d8. And what will happen, you don't know how this occurs, but you just see, I would describe as little motes of embers just spew from the hands of Impale. And in 5 different points, you just see towers of smoke pop out. As they pull out their rapier, undon their shield, and prepare for combat. As they... Well, they won't plan to go against the head honcho here. They plan to go against the person that's trying to flank the both of you. So, to explain it to you, DM Gary,
Yes.
I'm using an effect called Smoke Pillars. I use the number of embers I conjure to create pillars of smoke. For each spent, which I'm spending all of them, I'm going to create a cloud of smoke that is 5 foot in diameter, 10 foot high. But the difference is I'm putting all these 5 points in a way that makes it so that these people are going to be running blind
So
for a short
where
moment.
exactly on the map are you placing them so I know where they're blind?
I'm going to put it down with a circle feature, if that's okay.
Is it around a figure or around yourselves?
It is in front, so you'll see one right here. So I put a mark here. It's only within 30 feet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one here. And then if it's 30 feet, make sure I'm measuring. And I don't want to do circle. Not what I wanted to do.
We can work it out, there's no rush.
Cool. I put one. To kind of give coverage to Samuel. I'll put one on top of this guy to freaking make him go like, what the fuck?
So they're
And then I
on
put-
top of them or in front of them?
On top of them, it's just I pick a point.
Okay.
And then what I will do after that is I'm going to put one right here. So that if like Navi had to run, they could use the smoke to cover from what we know now is a mage that has just appeared.
And how
That's
long does
great.
the smoke pillars last?
Till the end of my turn, but this ability goes for a full minute, so I could change what I can do, but it ends at the next turn.
Okay, I was just looking over it when you closed it, so I was like, okay, that works.
And
Anything
then-
else for your turn?
Well, I basically will just walk up to this guy and begin combat.
Okay, okay. So you're locking him from trying to narrow in.
Correct, and I have my hand with a shield, so I can't use an offhand thing right now.
Okay, and then we move on to Samuel.
Oh, I was about to say I was going to do one attack on them, and then that's the end of my turn.
If you have it, I thought the embers was an action.
Never mind, that's a miss. Don't worry about it.
Yep, that's a miss. And Samuel.
I can see this person, or he's inside.
Which one? Oh, yep, you can see that person there.
Cool. He can go and get the smacky smacky.
He was the one that threw a dagger at you, in fact.
He's definitely getting the smacky smacky.
Smack him good.
Roll that to hit.
Yo, girl, what up? Damn.
That's a natural 1.
No, we're gonna use that inspiration.
Roll again.
I can't look like a fool. That's
Well, there you go.
That is a solid hit. You bring the hammer down, slamming into their side and making them grunt in pain. They stand for the moment, but their attention is now fully focused on you. Anything else for your turn?
No, we'll leave it there.
Okay. Tavian.
Yeah. That brings me right here at the end of my movement. I just stand up and I see everything that's going down. Does this guy got a hatchet with blood covered on it?
They do, since they did manage to hit last round.
Just. Alright, fine. It's gonna be this kind of day. And I activate my thing as a bonus action and burn Stance of the Winter Wolf. So this is really fucking funny for me as my eyes glow a lot darker blue. I take out my greatsword and there's icicles coming off of the sword. And the first
So
thing
what you're
that
saying is, you have a sword sickle.
I do have a
Yep.
sword sickle. As I look at this motherfucker in front of me and just
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you. And I immediately greatsword him.
Okay. Roll the hit.
So
Love
that
it.
I fucking hit. That's a miss. And I
That is
don't have
unfortunately a
inspiration.
miss.
Unfortunate. Just hits the ground. Oh. Was this guy next to Navi, or was Navi next to him at some point? Or did he hit her with a cleaver and then move back?
No.
They haven't moved.
Okay. How did he hit Navi?
Mm,
He got long arms?
mm.
Yeah.
He's actually a bugbear.
Ah!
Ah, makes sense.
Yeah, no, that was important, though, because if something is within 5 feet of my allies, I have advantage. But,
They probably should have moved, but I think I forgot to move them. But the wind's already been set there, so Navi, would you like to make an attack opportunity when they move back? Because I messed up.
I mean, I can try and bonk him with my stick, but that's it.
Go ahead.
I mean, a bonk is still pretty funny.
I don't have my stick on here. Oh wait, I have a sword.
What? You fool?
You don't say.
Oh, wait, I got a sword.
Druid goes like, I'm looking for my stick, throws
Oh.
the sword on the floor.
That is unfortunately a miss.
It's still funny, though.
It is like I had something. Wait, I have this. I have the shapy potty thing. Anything else for your turn, Tavian?
Movement, bonus, action. I'm done.
Miss Alexandria, you feel a sense of fear wash over you. You need to flee. You need to get away.
I activate my special ability.
Run.
Run off the map.
You also use a bonus action to cry.
Boing.
No.
No, that costs extra.
They said flee, they didn't say weep.
Yep. And as you finish your turn and get slightly off the map, this sense of fear suddenly washes over you, and you realize, fuck, I got caught by a spell. But that would be your turn, Navi.
That man smack you with a sword.
Yeah. We're gonna show him why that was a bad idea as a bonus action. Navi becomes Tiger.
Big.
What I love is you can hide behind the smoke and then pop out and jump on them.
Make big.
GM.
Make big. GM.
Oh,
They gotta
sorry.
be big.
Sorry.
Toiger.
Tiger. Trying to grab you, it's not working. There we go.
This dude's like fighting against Tavian, and all of a sudden behind the smoke, this person just explodes into a tiger.
There's a
Mhm.
literal fucking. His wolf stance is actually magical, so there's just a fucking ice wolf visage over him. So both the dog and the cat are pissed at you.
Yep. So, are you moving in range of them, or you just become big?
I mean, becoming
I
big
become
puts
big,
them in
and
range.
that puts me in range of them. By force.
True, it does. And I'm gonna move Tiny Navi away, so I'm not getting distracted by them peeking out from underneath.
Fair.
Yeah, no, I went from there to there, basically.
Yep. So you're
Have
in
advantage.
range.
Yeah.
Blink.
And,
So you try to stab them with the saw, you're like, this doesn't feel right, and just become Tiger.
Eat them.
Now you have advantage to eat them.
oh, I forgot the advantage.
Now you have advantage to eat them.
It hits.
Oh, it's to GM currently because I actually made her sheet. But 20, yes.
Yes,
And
that
then
does
we-
indeed hit. Roll that damage.
Huh.
um,
Ouch.
That is a solid bite as you bite down and feel the sweet taste of flesh in your mouth. This is much tastier than those ghouls.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else for your turn?
No.
Okay, now we move
Just
on to
suddenly tiger.
the one in front of Impale. Draws out another dagger and attempts to go for a stab.
My AC rose up since I'm using a shield.
Okay, good to know. But they attempt to stab you with a 21.
Oh, that's a hit.
I feel bad. I don't
Don't-
usually roll well.
Don't
Nah,
feel
don't worry
bad.
about it. Keep going.
The dice gods are in your favor. Sometimes people need to get the shit kicked in.
That's 4 points of damage. The one behind cannot see anything in front of them thanks to that mist. So they're going to try and jump back onto the boat to get some vision. They get there, but they fumble and land on their butt. Stopping them from moving any further this turn. However, there is something they can do. They reach into a pack on their belt, pulling out some breadcrumbs, and making a range. You're in range.
Oh my god, he's gonna summon more seagulls.
Correct, and they're gonna throw it on Tavian because he looks more terrifying than the Impale, who's colourful.
Yeah, I'm literally over here with a fucking mask
Oh.
on, shirtless. Yeah, that doesn't. That's
That
I
doesn't
didn't-
hit. It the breadcrumbs land into the water.
I just
Uh.
look at them and turn
Ah, so the
Yeah.
piranhas get at
I
them.
deleted the tiny Navi token and it took me off the initiative order on accident.
Yeah.
Well,
Uh,
it took the token off, but there's still a slot, so just so you're aware.
my head.
Are you on the turn order? Where are you on the turn order? Because I don't.
16 out of 11.
16. Yeah, 16.
It's still down there. It's just not Navi's picture anymore. It's just blank.
Yeah, it's
Just so you're aware.
empty.
Oh.
Just after Alexandra.
They're not there for me. I was asking.
Oh,
Ah.
Oh, well,
Well-
good news, there's 16.
Let me just quickly add the tiger in and put you on 16.
that'll work.
There you go. Grazie.
Quite welcome. Then we go. We'll stole these guys. So that one had tried to get breadcrumbs on you. Then we got the one in front of Samuel. They will try and stab you, Samuel.
Ooh, you suck.
That'll be a 7.
Oh, nice clang of that shield.
Now, one of them is currently surrounded by wind and cannot see anything, so they're going to take a defensive stance in that state. While this one finishes getting the ropes undone, jumps on the boat, finish preparing for move. This guy, the one that's just been bitten by a tiger, is now surrounded. They pick
Just
up.
Suddenly tiger.
They pick up another butcher's knife, glancing back and forth before they grin. Well, this is going to be fun. And suddenly, there's a faint glow around their body. Before they go to attack one of you, I'm not sure which one though. So, evens or odds, which would you guys prefer?
Even, because autism says even.
Odds because
Yep.
I'm pretty odd.
There we go. The tiger. They see the tiger, they think you would be more entertaining. And they go to swing at you.
No.
Unfortunately, the dice gods are no longer in my favor. So they swing and miss. Perhaps the bite threw them off their aim. That would be their turn. Then we're on to this lovely lady, whose sight is currently limited. They can still see in pale. They can't see Navi thanks to those wins. So Navi, not Navi, Impale, I apologize.
Do your worst.
She calls for you to grovel. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. You make it. You feel a surge through your mind to grovel, to get on your knees, plead for your life before the man before you, but you shake it off.
Beautiful.
Then she gets onto the boat as well.
Boat, you say?
Impale.
What I will do is try to dispatch this guy in front of me.
Make
What's he?
that
Is he
attempt.
like kind of dressed up like leather? Is he armored up?
It didn't look like he was armored up before, but it looks like he's got just some simple padding underneath now that you had a little bit of a bow.
All right, let me first roll my D8.
What's that for again?
Ember magic.
Ooh, yes, Ember.
All right, so I basically poke this guy.
That would be a solid hit.
And as I poke him, the embers travel from Impale's gloves towards him and to him, and they just start doing awful little popping noise. As I think I'll pump in 4 embers into this guy. So I use 4 of my 8 embers.
Does that deal 4 points of damage?
Correct, for each ember I use. So I
No,
do a
you're-
total of 12.
So your blade sinks in, and he takes it, grunting, grabbing the blade of his hand and is about to pull when the embers suddenly surge through. There's a pop of flesh, a cry of pain, before he grows still on the blade.
Impale will look towards the boat and basically seeing that there are people trying to run off. I'm just trying to think the best course of action because, like, one person's surrounded. Samuel's basically by himself. He's 1-to-1. And a guy jumped back into the boat. So with my last 4 embers, is there a building right here?
There is a. That's not a building, that's another boat. But it's got a back to it.
How tall is it?
I would say it's about 10 feet. And would the mists have disappeared at this point?
Oh yeah, you can delete them if you want. You can do clear drawings.
Oh, I deleted one of the people instead of the drawing. So I'm just...
I don't think so.
No,
They
This person
were-
died.
everybody's
Oh,
still
well.
here, mate.
Except that guy. He's gone.
Yeah, this one that was here. I'm gonna just put another one there.
What I'm going to do, Impale is going to run. So basically, they're gonna run over. Like, come on, Impale, let me grab.
Are you attempting to jump over like boat to boat? Are you trying to run around?
A little bit of everything. Oh, and my roll 20 is just being done. There we go. So here's the thing. What I love about the Embers magic is that Impale runs, they leap, and all of a sudden you see these remaining Embers go to their feet as they just suddenly start having these popping small explosions, just send them up. They basically fly about 15 feet up in the air off of explosions, landing on top of the boat.
Ooh.
Okay.
And as they are doing that, they basically chuck their shield behind them. Well, actually, no, they don't chuck their shield. I'm not going to be dumb. I'm going to keep my shield as they kind of stand above.
Okay, as you land, the boat suddenly shifts with your weight. I would like you to make a dexterity save.
That's not a great roll, but that's not a bad roll.
It's just one off. So you land and you feel your footing go and you land on your butt. You're prone for the moment. Do you have any movement left?
No, but I can. I think that's actually a good advantage because basically, if they're going to try to hit me, they're going to hit me at disadvantage with range attacks.
Yep, that is true.
Did that on purpose.
I'm trying to see what I could do with a bonus action. I really can't do anything with a bonus action right now because I have no reason to do it right now. I have a badass thing I could do, but... Oh, you know what? Bonus action, second wind.
Ah, that's not a bad idea.
That isn't. Got some healing in you.
So I get 6.
Okay. Then we move on to Samuel.
He gonna get smacky again.
Go ahead.
He deserves it. $16.
That would be a hit.
5.
Oh, beautiful.
They are still up, but they are definitely bloody. As they
Good.
sway from the impact, there's a slight crack. Tavian.
How sturdy does that boat they're on look?
It looks pretty sturdy.
Alright. Does it look like if somebody was to full force swing a great sword into the bottom of it, it wouldn't take any water?
That depends on how much damage it takes.
Right, well, the wonderful thing that I can do that's going to burn through a lot of my shit. It specifies it has to be a creature.
Oh, damn.
If it didn't, that would have been so fucking good.
That would have been interesting.
Yeah.
That would have shifted my plans, but unfortunately that's not the case.
Mm. Yeah. All of the spells specify a creature. That is so fucking unfortunate. Well, then the guy in front of me is getting a good old hunter's mark.
Okie dokie.
So he is now, I am now concentrating and he is marked. Me, I'm doing the thing.
I believe he gets a saving throw, though.
No. Hunter's mark just hits him.
Think of it as like they just put a bullseye on them, and it's
Yeah.
like
Just looking
It
at the
doesn't-
spell save at the bottom, that's what I was like.
Yeah,
No, that's
there's
for something else.
yeah, that's for other spells. It just is always there.
Okie dokie.
Now,
Yeah.
I take this greatsword again, and this time at advantage. Hey, you big guy, go fuck yourself.
Yep, make that swing.
And I'm going to arcane strike this if it hits.
That would be a hit.
All right, that's another spell slot down. So that's 2. This is gonna hurt him almost as much as it hurts my resources. He takes a total of 21 damage. The 14 part of it is ice.
You slide in your blade cutting through the leather greaves they've got on and into their flesh. Yet they grit their teeth and glower at you.
There's a mask, and angry eyes, and a spectral wolf. That's all he gets. There's no emotion for him here.
Miss Alexandria.
Oh, also his movement speed is 0.
Ah, okay.
Uh,
How long is that for?
hold on. He needs to make a con save. And it's till the end of his next turn if he fails. DC is 14. Sorry.
Good, okay.
That's not right.
Yeah, he can't
Something's
move.
off there.
So he's unable to move until the end of his next.
You
Good
said I
for
was
you.
5 feet off the map.
Yep, you were 5 feet off the map.
Oh, get me down to there. And that is within range. So I'm going to use my bonus action to actually, how hard are people? Yeah, people are friend. I'm gonna use my bonus action to use a channel divinity. Champions challenge. That bitch.
Okay. See what she gets on.
Oh,
Nope.
Well, I think that'll pass. Anyways, I'm gonna use my main action to dash, and with my strength being kind of yoked as it is,
just leap.
I can easily make that jump.
Okay.
Technically, I can jump to there,
But
but I'm going to jump to there.
Okay, make that athletics check to try and jump.
Oh, there we go.
Actually, wait. What's your strength again?
Well, that would pass, but my strength is 18.
Yeah, then you can make it and land. I would need you to make a dexterity save for landing in the boat.
But the other people also need to make a dexterity save, because if I'm falling, I'm gonna try and capsize this bitch.
But it's more like if you just fall on your butt for a moment. It's the
Oh,
same
that's
thing as
fine.
happened impaled.
I mean, it does shake the whole boat, though.
Yep, you shake the whole boat as you land on your tush. as you get
Oh.
there, but you're
Would have
You're on-
5
you're on
feet
the
more
hand.
movement with my dash.
Fucking Alexandra just like ran away. Everybody was like, "Oh God, they got Alexandra." Alexandra just turns around. "Oh God, they were building momentum."
Amazing.
Guess gonna use the rest of my movement to stand up, I guess.
Fair.
I guess that technically counts, yeah.
Uh, I'll have my turn.
That's fair.
Okay, and then we move on to the tiger.
Oh boy.
Yeah. We're gonna bite a bitch.
At advantage.
Advantage, bite a bitch.
Advantage.
By the way, Gary, I just noticed.
Yes?
The dude I'm wailing on. Is he on the turn order?
Yeah, he's one of the minions. They're all in one. They're all in one section.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's how they work.
Okay. So you move to bite down, and just as you're about to bite down, he suddenly moves swiftly and basically backs your face with a blunt edge of.
So the
His
17 doesn't
cleaver.
hit.
It doesn't.
Holy shit.
Rude. Alright, well.
As he parries it.
Oh. Huh.
Anything else for your turn, lovely Miss Tiger?
Not that.
Okay, moving on to the small squishy boys. This guy can see again as he gets to his feet and looks over the group. And he will attempt odd or even. I'll go with Tavian this time.
Odd, because I'm pretty odd, even for the tiger.
Okay, that would be an odd. So yes, they are throwing a dagger at you.
Okay.
Does a 13 hit you?
Currently, yes. No
Okay.
armor.
I got you a super squishy right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Rolls max damage. Oh, I didn't mean to say it like that.
What the fuck? I cast shield. Fuck you.
I wasn't trying to make that happen.
Doesn't hit me. Eat a dick.
like you just see it's about to get in you in the junk, and you're like, oh shit! Throw up shield in.
My AC is currently 17. Leave me alone. I took this spell specifically because I don't have any HP. God, I need to get some magic armor fast.
Yep. Okay, so that saves you from something that would have really hurt.
Yep.
Then we move on to the other boys. I've got this one that will look up to impale and attempt to get them with a dagger.
All right, it's at disadvantage.
That's true. So I roll twice.
10 misses.
That's a miss.
Yep. Then we've got the one that suddenly has Alexandria right in front of them. Surprise, confusion, and then stab.
Are they on the ground, prone?
They
No,
use
I-
the last of their movement to get back
I
up.
had a tiny little bit left.
Just making
and,
sure.
That misses.
Yep, that's a miss. And then we've got the final one, which is in front of Samuel, who will also go for a stab. Damn, this is terrible rolls all around for me.
I mean, to be fair, what has happened is they just seen they're all of a sudden getting really fucked up. There's a tiger, there's a fucking dude with a spectral wolf, there's this motherfucker that caught fire, Samuel's got a good mean fucking hammer arm, and there's a dragon on the boat. I'm just saying, they're not having a good day all of a sudden. If they would have just ignored us, we never would have fucking known.
Yep.
This is their fault.
Literally. They could have just got on the boat and left. They didn't fucking know.
So, this figure, wounded but aggravated, looks between the two.
Can't
Then
move.
an attempt to reach over and grab hold of the tiger.
Oh shit, they're gonna literally do some wrestling. Oh my god, that's a high wrestling move.
Hmm.
Actually not a wrestling move, but that is a touch. Let me
Don't
just
touch
see.
the tiger.
As they touch,
No.
there's a wave of negative energy pulse on their hand.
Oh no, they're like that toddler that rubs the cat too hard.
Are they casting inflict wounds?
They are casting inflict wounds.
God damn. What the
That would
fuck
be
is this guy?
that would be 15 points of damage.
Angry cat sounds.
Maybe we should try and capture these two.
That was my thought.
Uh,
As soon as he survived the first hit, I was like, "Oh, you're not a minion. Knockout time."
Okay, and that would be his turn. So that's what you could do there. And then it's this lady looking over what's happening. It looks over to Alexandria. It worked once before, but they're going to try something a little bit stronger this time. As she attempts to hold person on Miss Alexandria.
Oh shit!
Well, that's gonna suck.
Roll a wisdom save for me.
Don't eat shit.
Miss Alexandria, are you here?
Oh, they're already practicing to hold person.
It looks like they are already practicing, damn.
Mr. Rat.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, this is not good. We've lost the rat. We've lost the rodent, guys.
Quick, tiger, slap the rat.
Squeak.
What?
Slap the rat.
why are
Why?
you slapping me?
Oh, because it's your turn.
Well,
It's
actually,
my turn?
Oh.
Yes.
No, well, technically, you
It-
need to make a saving throw.
Oh, what's the save?
Wisdom.
Uh,
Can't wait.
Oh my god. Am I
that's
Miss
a
Alexandria,
6 on the die. Let me guess. Run away.
you are now held.
You got held personed.
Impale, can you stab him?
I mean, you can't really speak if you're hold. That's the problem too.
And
Well-
as that happens, she grabs hold of the rudder. As you and the people upon it start to move.
Oh, I'm being kidnapped.
Yep, you are. I think I'll count for that. You
Will you
move
draw where
30
they are? For it is important for my movement.
Yep, that's why I was trying to. Everyone's basically moving 30 direction. So
30 feet. So,
That was a fast fucking boat.
the boat is about.
Wait, does it have a motor?
The boat's about 30 feet. So that means then the boat would be right there.
it doesn't have a motor, but there's been multiple turns preparing it, getting the sails out, making sure it's moving.
Shit. It's only been one turn since I got back up, so this is round 3.
They've only been preparing it for around.
I don't think they should be there. Well, the boat should be there, but the people are where they were. They move 30 feet up.
That should be where they're at currently.
Impale.
Alright.
Ah. Alright, dice gods. How many embers do I get? Enough for me.
That's a lot of embers.
Impale stands up, burning half their movement, so 15. However, they are 10 feet above, so this person below doesn't matter. They will just basically leap from the air and start burning how many embers? To comfortably get on the boat. Yeah, luckily for me, that would be all my embers. As Impale just basically runs off the top of the boat and just launches themselves off by many explosions. And then just lands on the boat. Because the big thing is it's flying, so it's not like I'm being thrown or trying to leap over to things. I basically flew and landed on the ground.
Damn. That's pretty cool.
It is.
And I will free just item interaction. Not sorry. I will just drop my shield. And so currently I have people that are in the way. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to do a lot of dagger throws. So I could do an action and a bonus action to throw a dagger. So first at the minion, because they're in the way and we want to keep this person alive.
Okay, so
So if I
which minion are you throwing it at?
The one on the boat
Okay,
that is riding with a paralyzed Alexandria.
good to know. Good to know.
All right, so that will be 16, 23. So that's 2 daggers.
Okay, both would hit this poor fella.
I'm still concentrating on the.
Whoa,
On the
that is 10 damage to this guy.
He's still standing.
Oh my god.
And then he's no longer standing.
That is max damage on. I just did 20 damage with 2 daggers. What the fuck?
Hey man, listen. Sometimes the dice gods be in your favor. But, because of how my movement speed works.
And as I look upon this person, can you describe a little bit what this woman looks like and kind of like how hardy they would look? Because I'm trying to. I want to roleplay something, but I want to make sure I see how they are. So, can you describe them a bit more, DM Gray? I mean, DM
She's
Barry.
dressed rather well. She looks pleasant to the eye. She doesn't look very hardy, but she looks like she could probably take a tumble.
Oh boy.
Impale will just simply hold their rapier and just simply say, kneel or die. You remind me of people that do nothing but evil amongst. So,
That would be your turn, I believe.
no, depending on their reaction, I'll either action surge or I'll wait my turn.
Oh,
Ah. So she looks to you and just shakes her head. I've got far more in me than that.
I will action surge. We will see about that. I'm trying to see. Action surge. I don't think it gives me movement. Let me double check.
just an action.
Yep, just an action. Let's do some more daggers.
Throw that dagger.
I'm gonna have to collect so many daggers. I'm not throwing my important daggers.
How do,
Throwing the
you,
ones I've been collecting.
how do you throw 2 daggers, by the way?
Once is
I-
an action, the other is a bonus action.
I also can use the damage with proficiency due to 2 weapon fighting.
Gotcha, gotcha.
So I have thrown fighting, weapon fighting, and 2 weapon fighting.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, they're a threat.
That's a 14.
Okay. Double check for that. That would be a hit.
Casters. We ain't got EAC.
And that's another 14.
Okay. Both are solid hits. Do that damage.
Can't wait to see you get a hit. Holy shit.
Oh my god. That's 19 damage.
Those daggers sink in, wounding her, but she is still standing as the pain hits.
Those are 2 concentration checks, though.
Correct.
That is true. That is true.
And and they gotta
I
be
might
to
be
10.
able to actually have a turn in this combat. Do a
Mm.
thing.
Wow.
Unfortunately, no.
Never mind.
No turn for you.
There's a chance still.
Okay.
What I'm about to do is pretty dickish.
I mean, be aware you can't do non-lethal damage with magic.
I can. I got a special type of melee attack.
And we've got
Fair enough.
Samuel. It is your turn.
Yikes.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
So what you gonna do, Samuel?
I'm gonna smack his ass.
Coming for them cheeks. Whack.
Yeah. I'm feeling good about it this time. I'm so good on damage. Love it.
However, that is enough with another swing of the hammer coming down. Solid impact, and this one goes down. Then we move on to Tavian.
Yeah. So I technically don't have to move to do this. Technically speaking. But I see shit's going down. And I got two things that I can do, and I'm not sure which I want to do. I can either run up and leap, because I also have the strength to just straight up jump right here on top of that dead body. But I would provoke an attack of opportunity off this person. Or I can do some fucky shit and give them a disadvantage to their upcoming concentration check. But if I do that, I can only move 30 feet. So, no matter what, I'm moving here.
Yep.
So go
Nope.
ahead. That's going to determine what happens with that
Yep, you would provoke an attack of opportunity,
from the guy.
From- which he is definitely going to take.
I don't think he can knock me down, but I think he can hurt me. He misses.
Nope. He solidly misses you.
Then I can just run across here and jump. Right here. Provoking one more attack of opportunity.
From, I guess, the lady.
This person,
Oh, yep, that one person.
as I
Do you have the strength to make that?
I
jump?
have I have a 16 in my strength. That's not a problem.
Okay.
That one would hit.
It does. And that is 5 points of damage.
I would like to bonus action offhand punch this individual.
I believe you need to attack with an action to do that.
That is only if you are a monk, technically.
Yeah, but that's because it's a monk.
That's
they usually
fair.
get the
That's fair.
ability to have the action in the first place.
That's also fair. Some people rule it as the dual wielding thing. I was just gonna do it and see if I could do the 1 point of damage and then smiter.
I mean, I can make the argument that you're holding a great sword, so it's harder to not be able to do that.
That's also true. Oh well. Let's see. Do I have anything bonus action that could fuck with her? Oh yeah, I do actually. Hold on. This person in front of me, I need. They don't get to make a save or anything. Perfect. It's also not me concentrating, so I have two of these things on now. I'm just going to say something in Elvish, and they are currently branded for 1 minute.
Okie dokie.
Every time I hit them, they take extra psychic damage, equal to 2, And they have disadvantage on their concentration checks.
Gotcha. Well, did you take that 5 points of damage?
I'm about to put that down right here now. Thank you for reminding me. Ouch.
Anything else for
it-
your turn?
Didn't show up on the model for some... I got it set down as 12, but
Yeah, I can see you've got 12. It just wasn't there before.
the HP bar didn't go down for me. Yeah, it is what it is.
I mean, I see
It's
it.
a word.
Alright, it's just something fucking up on my end. No reason to worry about it. Yeah, that's all I got. That's movement, action, bonus action. I had to dash. The only other thing I could have done was hit her with the greatsword from a distance, but that would have been my last spell slot.
Gotcha. And Miss Alexandria. You are paralyzed, you are stuck there, but you have 2 allies on your back and front. But you're unfortunately not able to shake this off as you attempt to. Then we have the tiger.
That dude do be in front of you still.
Tuger. Ah, Tuger. Nom.
Yep, go for that, go for the bite.
Oh,
Did not mean
if
the
tape-
advantage.
I mean, that's still a pretty damn good hit.
Yeah.
Yep, it is, that is a hit.
It might
Would it be
roll
nice
the-
to get that
the
crit, but...
crit damage.
10 damage is still
Just the
fucking
10.
10 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good solid 10 points of damage there. At this point they are definitely bloody.
Oh shit, they're just now bloodied?
Yep.
I might not have should have moved.
Well-
That's fine.
Decisions were made.
Yeah, too late.
Yep. Anything else for Tiger?
No. I can't really do anything else right now.
Okay. Now, that guy's dead, The only normal ones left are the one on that boat and the one all the way up here. The one near the tiger sees what is happening and decides, fuck that. Gets on this boat, grabs some of the oars, and starts to move with the oars. This
He's
one
running
is-
away.
Yep, that one is fleeing.
Smart man.
I'm gonna make a quick check to see
Man,
how.
it's just fuck that. That's a full ass tiger.
Yep, just making a hidden roll for myself. They don't get very far. This one doesn't seem to be that strong. We only get about 15 feet, but they're moving. Then we go on to the guy that looks back to the tiger, glances to the ship that's starting to move, and goes to strike at you. He's limited in what he can do.
He wants to get Bad Tiger pats.
Okay, does a 15 hit?
Yes.
Okay, let me double check. Make sure I got his damage right. Do.
Does that hit even though you have,
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. You take 9 points of damage.
Normal armor class is 12, so it's currently 14.
Yep, 9 points of damage to the tiger.
Tiger looks pretty hurt, but it's fine. There's a full Navi under there, plus probably another tiger.
That's true. That is very true.
There's a Navi underneath that tiger. What's underneath the Navi? Another tiger.
Oh, I did forget about this guy that's right here that would have turned and looked to the dangerous group and attempted to throw a dagger. But there's 3 targets currently, so
Go for the. Do you think you go for the target that was obviously unable to move?
honestly, yeah. They could go for any of these groups, so I'll go 1-2 for Impale, 3-4 for Miss Alexandria,
Just hit
or
me.
5-6.
My HP will actually be used.
Oh
Yep.
my god, Alexandria.
Yep, it's you, and since
Yeah.
you have paralyzers,
Oh boy.
I believe they get advantage on you.
It's also an automatic crit because they're paralyzed.
Correct. So they
That
just
hits.
can't miss. Oh, they're not gonna
Oh.
miss.
Yeah, that hits.
Yep, automatic crits, that's a 2d6.
Just barely though. That
Yep,
18
just.
plus 1.
So they deal 9 points of damage as that dagger slams into you.
9?
8.
8, sorry, I read that wrong.
Yeah.
That's a big ass dagger.
Wait, a D6 is for the dagger?
That's
I
what
want his daggers.
What? Yeah, hold on.
Wait a minute there, Gary. I think that man just threw a full fucking short sword.
I want to throw daggers at that thing.
We can take it out. We can take it out of Alexander when we're done with the fight.
Basically, though, Gary, a dagger's a 1d4.
Yeah, this one. I've just been glancing at the wrong thing, because one big guy gets that for daggers.
What?
Oh, well, that makes sense for the guy you're talking about.
Yeah.
This one's been throwing a dagger, that would have been a d4. But the smaller ones are meant to have crossbows, but I have been missing that.
Oh boy. Don't feel
Well-
bad. I miss character sheet stuff all the time.
They're gonna
Yeah.
look and be like, why am I using my daggers?
So I'm going to quickly fix that and see what it would have been. It would have
Oh
only
my
been
God.
3.
All ones.
Add 5 HP back to your HP.
Aww. Look at the little guy.
I mean, I could have taken those D6s and more.
I know,
Yeah.
I know. I paid for the HP. I'm gonna use all the HP.
Yep.
So she looks to the man that's in front of her, looks to the others, and then she reaches out to try and touch you.
That's fine.
Do you consent?
I do not. So, see what she rolls.
Why do I imagine when you say that's not bad and she just rolls 18 damage?
What I'm saying is I need to know if she tries to hit me. I need to know to hit.
Yep. So
I
that'd be
actually straight up cannot stop that. If this is inflict wounds, I could be dead here.
Well, maybe not dead, but on the floor.
If she rolls straight 10s, I'm dead.
I mean, if they roll straight 10s, that's pretty astronomically high.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I hope not, but
It could be. I'll be fine
No,
with
that'd
this.
be a pretty lucky roll. I would actually be
I
impressed.
saw that one. I'm down. She is no longer marked, and he is no longer hunter's marked.
yep, you are down, but you're not dead.
Not yet. Ugh, one more like that though.
Yep. So 1 down, and that would be her main action. She's gonna keep the boat moving though, with her bonus action on the rutters. So see where this group is going.
Just 30 feet for her, and everybody else will be 30 feet. Or
Yep.
move 30 feet.
Oh boy, so technically Impale, you're off the map.
I am, but I'll just be on the side.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, you can step on me, it's fine.
Well, that's the plan.
Step on me, mommy.
I mean, hey man, listen, whatever you're into.
I like how the group is being split up here.
I mean, to be fair, it's not of our own free will.
I mean, Samuel can back up the tiger.
That's true.
True.
I was gonna Dragon's breath.
You were gonna burn the boat. I knew what
I
you were
was
gonna
gonna
do.
burn the boat.
I knew what you were gonna do the moment that you said that. Like, I got something. Fuck you. I was like, I know what I'd do here. It's a boat. It's made out of
but
wood.
I'm a little,
Brr. Yeah. I mean, I was gonna save you, but I'm a little.
I'm gonna
yeah.
burn the boat, but I feel like if I burn the boat, we're fucked right now.
I'm already
I
fucked.
kind of just
So- In Pale, what are you going to do?
they still look pretty hardy. They're not even bloodied.
They are definitely blooded.
Ooh, this is gonna be a dangerous game.
We're not on an island.
No, I'm just trying to think because like if they're bloodied, like they look like if I do the amount of damage I've been doing for the past amount, like
Non-lethal.
well, the big thing is like you can't do non-lethal with a range attack.
Can you not?
No.
It's a dangerous game.
That's why when you shoot someone with an arrow and be like it's non-lethal, it's like that's bullshit.
I shoot him in the leg.
They die from an artery opening up.
I non-lethally bash their head in.
So yeah, what Samuel said.
But I'm trying to guesstimate, Gary, on like if I were to do like that amount of damage I did to like another dagger of 10 or 9 damage, would they just drop?
It's difficult to say. Do you? I believe there's a medicine check that you could try.
I could try, but I don't want to do I don't want to burn my action, so
So it's difficult to say. You can see they're bloody. They're a bit swaying on their feet, but they're also still got firm look in their eyes and they've not given up yet.
then only 2 embers this time. I will walk around Alexandria, walk on top of Tavian, and then stand before this woman, pull out, I would say, a beautiful dagger that, how would you describe it?
Which one was it?
It's a very artisan blade. It is not your blade, but a very artistic colored blade. And we're going to gamble. I will not use a rapier. I will drop the rapier since I'm wanting to make sure I can not kill them. And swing again with the dagger, and then use this dagger as the final blow.
Okay. That would be a hit.
So that's 8.
They are still up.
Oof.
That would be a miss.
Do I have an inspiration? I'm wondering if I do.
I believe you do. I gave one ages ago and I don't think you spent it.
I will spend it for this one because I want to use this weapon to finish it off.
Then make that attempt. That would be a solid hit.
I love this dagger because no matter what I do, I will also use 2 ember points. I'm going to first, before with that second slash, I put 2 points of embers into them. So just like pop, pop. And then
Okay,
this
so-
last dagger does 8 damage as it just basically impales them.
Okie dokie. With that last dagger, she gargles for breath, gripping on before slumping.
Sadly, though, it is non-lethal damage, so they are not dead.
Indeed, as you pull the dagger back, the wound seals shut with a scar, but not a lethal and bleeding wound.
So, Alexandria is free. However, you'll see Impale no longer speaking in like a very beautiful, like triumphant voice of like Impale. They'll be like, "I can make sure they don't bleed. I'll just if you turn the boat around, we get back to the crew."
You turn the boat around, I can bring you up. I can bring him up, fighting.
I mean, you could, but the problem is we're still floating away. So unless you control the boat before we float away,
Yeah, that's true.
so you'd float the boat. I could make sure they don't die, and then I could come back into combat with you. So I'll let you decide. That's just all I'm going to say. I'm out of actions.
She was able to control both bonus action stands that I can't do.
Wait, let's see. How far away am I from there? So
If we just swing the boat around, just like
yeah, we're good. All right, then
Yeah.
that'd be the end of my turn, as I will stand above them. Person on the boat.
I'll just put a cure wounds on him. It's fine.
Well, you could, but turn a boat around too. But anyway,
yeah.
that's the end of my turn.
Oh, I could just put all of it into him. Okay.
Eto. Bleh. I did a fuckload of damage before I went down.
Yep, you did.
Uh,
Okay, moving on to Samuel.
I got stuck in the
and then don't do nothing. that person picked you and went, "You're not playing League of Legends today."
Like,
What's still alive? This
Uh,
thing?
This guy.
there
way the
is
fuck up
one guy on this boat, and there is this big guy over here in front of the tiger.
What about this one?
here. He's running.
Yep, he's on a boat going away.
Oh. Well, in that case, I cast Sleep on this guy.
Cast leap. What? Oh, sleep. Hell yeah.
Okay, roll that sleep to see how much hit points you get.
I now can't not hear the sound effect that plays in Baldur's Gate 3.
Okay, yep, they definitely go to sleep.
Nap, nap. Go bed.
This
And
blade,
I'm just casually walking up there.
Does the music just stop?
nope, it's still playing for
Nope.
me.
I'm just swinging my hammer in a circle. And that's it. Making my way downtown.
You know, I think swinging your hammer around in a circle is called helicoptering.
Helicopter, helicopter.
Okay, moving
If
on.
only it was a hammer.
Tavian,
Hold on, let me put this to GM.
yep. Life saving throw.
Hold on 1 second. Technical.
Oh, I like that. It sounds less intimidating.
The life saving throw.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Yep.
Yep. Miss Alexandria.
15 points of line of hands into Tavian. If I'm allowed to use the boat, turn the boat around.
You can, but it's just a bonus action to get the rudder, start moving it back.
Ugh.
I'll be moving it more towards this pier.
Gotcha.
I am never...
Definitely simple to do. That it'll take half the movement to turn it around.
So that'll
Mhm.
be 15 feet of movement then moving there. So that means technically rotate and then it'd be
No.
about right there.
And give or take.
Yeah, basically.
Just move our token. Move me where I need to go. I think I moved me there.
Well, basically, if you really want to, you could park the boat right out the end of the dock and then we just jump off.
That's kind of the plan. Let's try it. I'm assuming you can make a 5-foot jump.
Yep.
Anyways, I'm gonna
Grounds.
take my movement.
Lots to assume, funny man.
I don't drown. I'll be fine. I'm stuck here on the boat because it's not my turn.
If I can.
Yep.
Move independently. From
I'll
boat.
say you can do that.
Okay. Yeah, I want a chance to at least swing my hammer this combat. That's my turn.
Okay. Lady Cat.
Were you trying to say a cougar?
I don't think she's a cougar. Are you a cougar?
Everyone becomes a cougar eventually. I hope I'm not.
Rawr.
Sag.
Rawr.
You are not quite able to bite down into them.
No, it's just rawr.
There's none of the little ones still up. Everyone is being killed except one that was knocked asleep.
And the
Well,
one
one's
asleep.
trying to run away.
Oh, that's true, and they would keep moving. I'll make a hidden check for them, since they are rowing.
I mean,
This-
rowing's really hard as a boat. That's actually a pretty good workout.
Exactly, that's why I make them roll each time. Unlike the other boat that had a sail, this one. Okay, again, it's only 15 feet, they're not very strong.
Mhm,
So they're just 5 feet off the edge.
mhm.
Then we move onto this guy. He can see the situation he's in, glancing around. So he goes 5. Nope, that's what I wanted. 5. Nope, they
Nope.
that. So they're gonna disengage. 5 feet there, and then start to swim. Okay, that. I think they could just reach the edge of the boat and pull themselves up onto the other one.
Mm.
That'll be a movement and an action to disengage. So that would be that guy just getting onto the other boat for their turn.
Hmm.
Now, normally I would be making death saving throws, but unfortunately that was a non-lethal wound that took them down. So I can't do that for this lady on the boat. Impale.
Can I do some shenanigans?
You can attempt to do shenanigans.
That's 15. Let me see. I'm just trying to think how far I could jump.
Do you remember they're 5 feet off the map, so it is quite a distance.
Oh, that's not a problem for me. If I can make this work, I just have to do the math.
Because you can jump with embers.
Yeah, if they were
Let's
5
see.
feet closer, I could technically jump that far.
So that means then if you have a strength of like not that great amount of strength, number of feet up to your strength score if you move at least 10 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? You know what? The simplest solution's the best solution. I get off the boat. I walk over here. I jump onto this boat. And I pull out my longbow and begin to shoot fish in a barrel.
Yeah, they ain't getting out of that longbow range for quite some time.
Yep,
Basically,
so which one are you shooting at?
the guy on the oars.
Okay, so shoot that small little bitty guy. That would be a hit.
Oh,
Yeah.
minus a 2. Ignore the... Oh, actually, you know what? Let me measure how far away they are. No way. Technically, with the embers, I send all 3 embers to the little guy as it just spirals around the arrow and smacks him.
Okay.
Doing more pops, about total of 11. Ignore the 2 piercing on the top. So it's 8 piercing plus 3 fire.
So with those embers, you take down this guy. Anything else for your turn?
I mean, I could bonus action throw a dagger, but it's not going to really work. I think what I will do is make this guy realize he's fucked. Because even if he rolls, I have plenty of shots to shoot him at. As Impale will be like, surrender now. Or meet the fate of your demise. All with a happy mask.
I'm just imagining the Johnny Bravo poses.
Yeah, no.
Well, this figure seems to be considering his option.
He needs to make up his mind real fucking quick. I'm about to do something pretty dickish.
I'm trying to see if I could do anything else. I think it's just the end of my turn.
Okay, okay. You
Uh,
want?
I'm just gonna
Speaking of
jump
making up your mind, the Sandman cometh.
Ah, sleep. Okay.
Nighty
Roll
night,
it.
bitch.
And
Roll that sleep spell.
well, no. The Sandman's here for the one that is sleeping.
Ah, okay.
He's coup de
So,
grace someone.
Oh, yes.
It's an advantage,
Yep, it's advantage because
and it's
they're
an auto
helpless.
crit.
That would hit their helpless form.
Another D8.
are we doubling or rolling again?
It's a crit. I usually do the roll over doubling.
Okay.
So that would be
10.
2.
311.
Non-lethal or lethal?
Oh,
Oh no, it's lethal.
Yep,
I'm completely fine with
especially
this.
Samuel has
especially
no
with that
chill, but
hammer.
respect.
So, would you like to describe what happened, especially with this hammer you're using for this?
Oh, it's it's a 2-for-1 special. I don't have a good name for it yet. But once they're helpless on the ground, it's just a playing whack-a-mole.
The Gallagher spell shield.
Really enthusiastic golf.
Yep,
Just take a golf swing at his head and send it to the other guy.
That would be so much better if I had like a
Damn.
maul.
So they're definitely dead. You swing down. There's a small pulse of red from the hammer as something happens with it that just makes the impact even more deadly. As their head crumples just like the fish people's did. Anything else for your turn?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, Tavian.
I just walk up here, because I got the movement, and just yell out, "You really need to surrender, or I'm going to knock your ass out into the water, and then have to hopefully get you back before you drown. Start rowing this way, or I will not be to blame what I do next," and then I hold my action. And if he doesn't start coming this way, I'm gonna fucking kill his ass. I'm holding an action for to use my 60-foot range warp strike, which allows me to do a melee attack from 60 feet.
Okay, okay.
Still have to roll it, but
Alexandria. Now, what's the trigger for you to do that exactly?
if he tries to continue fleeing.
So is he there or is he further?
He's 5 feet off the map.
Could I do an action mid-jump?
With a disadvantage depending on what it is, but potentially.
I am going to breath weapon.
There's no disadvantage to fucking save.
Yep. I wouldn't say there's a disadvantage in that, so
So with a running, I'll be able to get to 20 because I'm gonna round up the 2 extra feet if that's okay with my maths.
yep. So I guess they need to make a saving throw.
Yeah. So does the boat.
True. True. Okay, let us. I'm gonna actually GM these ones so I can surprise you depending on what's happened. So first, tell me what the damage is.
What?
Okay, I don't think it.
I'm just gonna
You-
have this.
Even the save doesn't matter because he still takes the 1 damage.
Yeah, exactly. It was a natural one as well. They got.
At least the boat has caught fire.
Yeah, the boat is definitely on fire right now.
And I sploosh water.
Yep, you sploosh start to sink because you're in heavy armor right now.
It's fine. I can swim. I got athletics.
Yeah, but I'll say it's an advantage because you're in heavy armor.
Fair.
Kitty.
Oh, that's sad.
What's sad? What
Uh,
happened?
1 point of fire.
Did you
Yeah.
just now notice that?
Oh, I just saw that and laughed. Sorry. It's the most damage I did this fight.
So, and then we're gonna fucking jump on this dude's boat as a full-ass tiger.
Oh, it's like swimming in the water, or are you
Mm,
attempting to
no,
land?
they got
there's rocks there.
Yeah, they got enough jump.
Tigers can really jump fucking far.
Oh,
yeah, they.
Yeah.
Although
they
that
can
might
do that.
smash the boat.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
might.
It's also on fire.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just sitting here like, well, if he keeps trying to flee, it doesn't matter if he's underwater or where.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So,
They can bring the corpse back. I'm done swimming.
Okay, dokie. With your strength, can you make it with?
the tiger has a 17 strength.
Yeah. They
Then
got
yep, you can just jump and land
Punk.
on the boat. I'm gonna make a hidden roll to see if the boat can handle it, which is very unlikely. I got a 2, so nope.
Dun, 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 dun.
So the tiger, the boat, and the captain go under the water.
Can I make an attempt to try and grab him?
You can definitely attempt to do so.
I'm just gonna. That's just
Athletics.
yeah, just an athletics.
Who's drawing? Why are you drawing a turd?
Quit that.
Bruh.
Whoa, who's drawing
Nope.
my picture?
bruh.
Actually, there's still a chance.
Oh,
Let me check their bonuses. Yep, you have grabbed them because by just 1 point difference.
And we're just gonna start swimming back towards.
You don't have the movement yet. You're
yeah,
on
no.
top of him. You're in the water. You're sinking.
Fine.
Then it's these guys, which they don't have, and then it's the last guy. He's in the jaws of a tiger. He's underwater. He's glancing around and just see. Here's one thing that might save him. This. Yep, that could still work. Have you been able to see my arrows, by the way? Like when I'm.
no. If you're not on the lair, then we cannot see your arrows.
Okay, doke. So, he's in your arms. Suddenly, there's a small pulse of purple around him, and he is gone.
Motherfucker.
Question. Can we
Yeah.
still see him
Cannot see for the
at
moment.
all? Oh, this motherfucker blinked. Oh shit.
Okay. And that would be his turn. So, moving on to this lady who's completely unconscious and helpless at the moment. Impale.
So he's basically gone, right?
He seems to be, for the moment.
Is the boat gone?
The boat is underwater and sinking to the depths, and the tiger is splashing on top of where they once were.
Impale will do the most rational thing. They'll go to the back here. Let me first do my roll. And they basically will start making their way this way. And what they will do is they will spread out a bunch of smoke screens. I'll just put like dots real quick. One would be right here. One would be right here. 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 I'm basically making sure that it's like if he pops out and he's like invisible or he did something weird, he might appear in one of those spots. And I think the last one I will put I can't go that far, so I'm gonna put it on the boat. And then
Okay.
as a held action, I will have my longbow drawn and ready to shoot the thing that looks resembling to that person.
Okay, you held action to shoot if he appears.
Correct.
Samuel. The Sandman has claimed another prize. Samuel.
He
You-
fell asleep as a Sandman.
It is 12:30.
Oh, he's been up later than that.
He has.
Hmm.
For the time being,
What?
I'm just gonna hold. I'm assessing the situations.
Okie dokie. Avian.
Holding that spell, I guess. If he pops up 60 feet, I'm trying to knock his ass unconscious with a greatsword.
Okie dokie. Then Miss Alexandria.
I'm gonna try and not try him.
Okie dokie. Let's get that athletics roll to swim.
Yeah.
You managed to get yourself above water. But you are definitely floundering a little bit.
Just gonna try and make my way over to boat.
Yeah, you could do that. Are you okay, mate? You're sounding a little out of it.
Tired and, kind of just got put in the baby corner of this combat. It is what it is.
I feel your pain.
We've all had a combat where we've been banished or stunned or locked into place. My dear,
Mine was
it's
being
fine.
babbled. Couldn't do. I was basically couldn't do combat because I was digging up a ramp for 4 turns, and then right after I made the ramp, I get babbled by a Jabberwock for 6 rounds.
That's
And I'm a
I-
wizard. Barely
was there.
survived.
James was there when, in a game that he and I played in, I was banished for an entire combat.
Yep. And I kept trying to hit the fucker that banished her, and he kept making his con saves above 21.
But if I still have my action, I guess I'll hold it to throw an axe.
Okie dokie.
I might lose one of these, but You know what? No. I'm not gonna throw one of the axes. I'm gonna throw
You're gonna throw what?
a great club.
Damn. You're gonna pull
Heavy
the.
stick.
Oh,
Yep. Fen tried that before. I
Mhm.
fully approve. Miss Tiger, what are you going to do?
Try to find him. I don't know. Is he
Okay,
anywhere?
make a perception check.
Perception is just wisdom. I'm just gonna roll off Navi.
It would be
'cause-
your. Remember, you're a druid. Your intelligence stats
yeah,
are
my
still
mental
yours.
stats are still the same. So
you still have your. Yeah.
Okay. Thankfully, you are good at perception, and you can see he's right here underneath the dock, hiding his presence.
where?
The man just missed his step.
That's what I figured.
Where?
Where?
Oh, my arrow wasn't showing. Let me use that to do broadcast again. It's right there.
I still don't see it.
Huh?
Oh,
You're on
the-
GM layer, Gary. You gotta be on token layer.
I'll
Yeah.
just reveal him. There he is.
Oh,
The funny thing is, if you didn't notice him, Mumi would have been helping him to hide.
that's pretty funny. You have the swim speed to go put baby back in the mouth.
Yep. So, what do you want to do? You notice him? He's hiding.
And then dash, and we get here.
So we see them move. Do we see the person?
I guess
You
you
hear
would.
snarling and growling.
That
they've-
would be my bullshit.
Yep. They've triggered the attack. So people that had their attacks readied, which I believe is 3 people,
Yeah.
throw your club, swing your weapon, and throw your dagger, or shoot
Ah.
with the bow.
I will wait for them to do this because I am trying to non-lethal.
Okay, Miss Alexandria, you can go first with the club.
And whatever dice gods watch over you, throw this club particularly well.
Are you still here, my friend?
Rat.
Right.
The rat is absent.
Hi, what do you need me to do?
Throw your great club.
Yeet the stick.
He.
Holy shit.
Nyeh.
Holy shit.
That is a solid hit, and that is a ton of damage. As you throw the club, as you wish Fen could throw a club, and it clocks him in the side of the head. They're not dead, but is a good solid blow.
Alright.
Then we have. Do you want to go, or Mumi? Do you want to go? One of you needs to go.
I'm gonna let Mumi, because like I said, I'm trying to not kill, and if I go and knock them out unconscious, I don't want to disclude anybody.
I mean, let me first roll my embers. He's under the dock. Is that what you're telling me?
Yep, he's under the dock. That's a
Plenty of
lot
movement.
embers.
Runs this way. Goes this way. But basically jumps, but looks like they're about to go into the water. Until explosions come from their feet as they just begin to fly.
Yeah.
But basically, he's under the dock. Is he floating? Is he on a rafter? Is he on something?
He's just in the water floating.
Well, then I'm going to be on top of him and land on his face as I just start doing what I do best. I stab
Oh.
him.
Well, this was your held action to trigger, by the way. So it's not your turn.
Oh, held action?
Yeah.
You had held action to shoot with your
Oh.
bow. I
Yeah.
was
Well, the
wondering what
thing
was
is,
going
based
on.
off my angle, I can't get him.
Oh.
That's the
Alright.
reason why I thought.
Oh, okay. Might be.
That's true, actually, thinking on it.
Yeah, that's why it's like if I was gonna charge into it,
Okay.
like only Tavian can hit them. I'm in the awkward spot where like they hid pretty
Okay.
damn well.
Let's see. They are within 5 feet of my ally, so this is an advantage.
But it is.
Good old wolf strike. So let's see if this hits. 22 to hit.
I'll hit.
Oh, this is the GM. Sorry, let me public that. The damage is going to be 10. Ignore that. That's supposed to be Mystic Spell Strike and Hunter's Mark. Ignore that. It's supposed to be 2d6 though, so. Guess we could
I
just
can
keep
see the
that.
two. Yep.
Yeah, just keep it as a 12. I'm trying to knock his ass unconscious.
So it's a 12.
Yeah,
He's still up, actually.
really. Oh, I'm gonna re-roll all of those ones because of my because of Great Weapon Master.
So the top one and the lower one, because I thought you had a 2d6. So it's just
It's supposed to
The
be 4d6 because of Warp Strike.
okay. You rolled 2 there, so
Yeah.
I guess roll the other 2 as well then.
Right. Sorry, hold on.
I only see a 2d6.
Yeah,
I thought it was
that's
5.
the. Oh boy. I guess the one stays the same, but that's 10 plus 8, so 18.
Okay, and
Go to
with
sleep.
that, he goes down, but this is technically a ranged attack.
No, it is a melee strike. By definition of the attack. I put my arm through a portal to stab him.
Hmm.
Technically, that by that rule, it is true because think of it, it's like, you know, he swings his weapon normally, and then a hole appears.
Like,
It basically
Yeah.
whacks someone behind the head.
It's
Make
it's
a
portal.
melee attack against the target. It is not a melee spell attack, it is a melee attack.
Yuri?
That's why in my case, it's very much like I would kill someone if I throw my daggers and stuff like that. But for him, due to warp strike being like it warps his attack to a direction,
Mhm.
it's a melee hit, so he could do that if it works.
Gotcha.
Spiritual weapon? A kobold cleric with spiritual weapon can get pack tactics through its spiritual weapon. Because
Yeah.
it's technically a melee
Then
attack.
they're unconscious
It's
and starting to. They're unconscious and starting to sink down into the depths for the moment.
Okay.
Grab.
That's combat, right?
Yep, that would be combat.
Grab them.
The tiger grabs.
And I'll
the-
start making my way to actual getting onto something that isn't water. Wherever the closest form of that is.
Yeah.
You know,
Just-
it's not every day that you see a tiger dragging a captured combatant out of water.
We've
But
seen this
it's
twice.
weird that's happened twice, yeah.
Yeah. If I had a nickel for every time I saw a tiger drag someone out of the water, I'd have 2 nickels, but it's weird that it happened twice.
Yep.
Yeah,
I
by the
mean,
way,
as
I
long-
had to spend fucking everything for that combat.
I mean, as long as it's not like Siegfried and Freud, we won't have to worry about him dying.
Yeah.
I really didn't spend anything.
You healed
Well,
me.
aren't you healthy?
You healed me, and I'm very appreciative.
Oh my god, I just had to think about the math. Did I just straight up kill almost everything except for like 2 people? No, 3 people.
You did do a lot of killing.
Yeah. I did a massive amount of damage. I went down and lost an entire turn.
I can tell you the whole amount of damage I did.
What?
1,
Yeah, man. I know that
2,
blows.
Total.
3.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. It is.
Then
Yeah.
I think what Impale will do is they're not super strong, but they're gonna drag this person they did
Mhm.
not kill to the group
Yeah.
Hmm.
after they loot them too, making sure they can't do more
Yeah.
magical shenanigans. So if they're a cleric, take their symbol. If they're a mage, take their book or wand.
Two unconscious individuals plop down right next to each other.
And tie them together with the rope and just look at them and just like, well, they can still do their verbal and somatic components. I could take their fingers.
What the fuck?
It was sarcasm. I was joking.
How is this gonna break them? Jeez.
I just blink at that and start laughing. Alright, fair enough.
Smoke dissipates and Impale with their happy mask is back to normal, but they turn away from the group as they kind of just sit down.
Okay. I know you're probably having a very somber, not happy moment. That magic was kick-ass.
I often don't like to use it. It is not exactly what I am.
Well, it was used your capabilities or not help stop a city from drowning.
Yeah, no.
You could thank the crew of the pyrotechnics.
Mm-hmm.
Gladly. Right. Alexander, you're
Sits
fine.
down, starts licking themselves because they're wet.
Yeah. Everybody good? Everybody alive?
You all get shaked on.
Yeah, I just accept it. Wipe the water off and start putting my armor back on and just go, this is the second time I've taken my armor off since I woke up. I'm not doing it again. Every time I take my armor off, I get fucked up. Alright, well, I think we start to need to take these guys back somewhere where we can ask them questions. Any suggestions? And then I'm gonna end the recording and go to bed because it's fucking 1 o'clock in the morning and I need to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a good point to leave.
Yeah, I think that's a good point to leave it off on. We don't need to make a decision right now.